Good morning, everybody. Welcome. It is another day, and it's another Thursday, new release Thursday on Friday. So it's actually Friday. It's not Thursday. That's okay. We are going to be going through new games, but not on the Switch 2 because that little weasel hasn't showed up yet, which is fine. I kind of figured once it wasn't going to show up the day that it came out, like they didn't ship it that before that day, then it's going to be a little bit of time. So not really worried about it. Watched some people play it yesterday. Looks kind of cool, right? I mean, I think it's going to have its challenges competing with like PC over the next generation, right? Whatever you're thinking about that. And that's not anything to slight the Nintendo stuff. Nintendo always makes good stuff. It's just realistically, when the Switch 2 came, or the original Switch came out, right, there was no competition. There wasn't anything like it. Essentially, you couldn't really get mini games. Look at how that weird camera system is. There's the oxy powder. Look at that on that table. I bought that wrong stuff. I thought that was actually like detergent, and it ended up being something different. So my wife scolded me for that, and then now I gotta take it back. Stand in that Costco line for hours. That'll be my punishment. But yeah, there wasn't any competition back then, so it was kind of in this weird position of, if there's no competition, you're getting a pass, right? But now I think we see that's not necessarily the case. The Nintendo fanboys are probably going to be, and girls are always going to be the same, right? They're going to be happy with what they get, and that's fine. That's really good. I'm glad people are really happy with that, and I'm hoping that they have a good experience and that they get the games that they want out of it, because I think that's the biggest thing. We all love the games, and that's the biggest component. There we go. We'll go this way. We don't need the OxyClean to well, we'll still get it. It's there just mocking me. But, yeah, I mean, they're going to need to provide games, and they're going to need to provide them at the same price as you can get them on PC, which is going to be the big thing, right? PC will always be cheaper because there's no licensing in the middle. Steam does not necessarily require you to sell through Steam, so you don't have to spend or pay them 30%. You could just put a game up on Steam, have it for sale, like put some dollar amount on there, but go sell it somewhere else and keep 100% of the profit, or on your own site, or go to somebody like Humble or these third parties, negotiate prices to get money up front, or pay Humble, like I think they only take 2 or 3% still to this day if you sell it through their platform, but the sale initiates from your website. So things like that, right? The costs are so much lower. Even Epic, right, for is weird of things that they do to rip off developers. They they have pretty low licensing, or not licensing, but rev share. Rev share is what it actually is. So ultimately, you have probably a solid competitor in PC as a whole going up against the Nintendo Switch 2. Now, it sold really well. There are reports of it into the 10 million range of like the actual sale out of the gate. I don't know if I'd believe that. I've probably heard like somewhere between like 5 million and up would be the number of units within the launch window. But that's going to be determined on, like, is the launch window all the way to the end of the year? Is it just the first 30 days? Is it just the first quarter of the year? Or is it the last before the quarter ends in Japan, which is coming at the end of June? So it's just really dependent, right, how they look at it. But it will sell well. And I'm looking forward to seeing, like, how, Cyberpunk runs. That would be an interesting one. Like, how well does the Cyberpunk run on the Switch 2, which is NVIDIA's tech and everything like that, versus AMD, the Steam Deck, PC having a lot more options. It's not really as, limited as I expect they've had to make the Switch 2, because they don't want to give people the options, right? It's very dedicated hardware. There's no reason to make changes. You don't have to do this. We've seen, what was it? Skyrim do the same thing. Bethesda with their Steam Deck build, right? They're just limiting it down. When you download Skyrim on the Steam Deck, you get a very specific version of Skyrim for the Steam Deck. It might not be a very specific version, but it's locked down. I believe it is different though. And that's most likely what you're going to see on Switch 2. Will be a very limited version. Doesn't have toggles. It's like, hey, you might be able to change a couple things here and there. You might be able to say, well, I want it to be above 30 frames per second, or I want it to stay, locked at 30 frames per second, right, for that experience. But that's probably going to be it. Who knows? Yeah, but with the Switch 2 not being here, I can't really say. So we'll have to wait. Supposedly I do have it. It'll show up today, but I've got to work, and that's another thing that I need to talk with you guys about, is just give an update. So yesterday, the groups that I do things for, that I work for, I don't really work for them. I contract for them or freelance. They had an issue with one of their guys quitting, so I offered to go and do the work, right? So I'm going to continue to do that stuff moving forward. So I don't know. We're going to have to change up the content of the way it works necessarily to do that. I can still freely do what I want. I can cast in the daytime, but I might not be always able to do the same times. So it might be a little touch and go here over the next 30 days. I'm not sure yet. Hey, look at that. That all started to work finally. Reek, how are you, man? Welcome. PS5 or Steam Deck? If you don't have any device, which one would you choose? I would go with when I would ask you a question, and then I'll answer it with mine. Do you travel a lot? Are you out of the house a lot? Do you have a reason that you would want to play away from your TV? Right? If that's the case, if you do, the Steam Deck all the way. Go with that. Or even try to find, as I've been telling people, try to go to Best Buy, see if you can get a returned, they refurbished, they're not refurbished, but they're like people bought them, they returned them, and they're in good condition, a Legion Go, and then put SteamOS on it, right? You can find them for around $400 at Best Buy if they've got them that way. So, but if you're at home and you're staying at home, I would go with, potentially, I'd probably still say go with the Legion Go, right? If you can do that, that's the one. Oh yeah, Switch 2 was always going to outsell Steam Deck. Don't worry about that, Rick. Yeah. No, Steam Deck is it's not even 10 million units, I don't think yet. It's a different thing. PC is different, but 10 million units for PC of one device is massive. There's not a lot of things out there like that, right? Like you can't find a very specific PC product that sells as many that are used for Steam solely, right? You know what I mean? Like Steam is involved in it, right? So I wouldn't worry about that. That was a given that Switch 2 would outsell the Steam Deck easily. There would be no problem with that. They, again, it's not a representation of success to outsell in terms of hardware. Hardware gets blown out because people want to play one game. Mario Kart's going to be that game. Attach rate is the bigger thing. And if Sexy Captain, how are you? And if you've got a good attach rate, and that means the amount of games that sell with the product, that's a different thing. Switch did a very good job of that. There's no doubt about it. It's probably the highest attach rate, I think, of any console system ever. And that's even beyond like the Nintendo Wii, which did pretty good at that time. But I don't think it can beat PC. You can basically just do some very simple informational search through like SteamDB and things like that and find out the average games owned by an account. And if you look at that, they start to really creep up there. And there's exceptionally high ones of like 5,000 games per one person. And then there's like maybe the exceptionally low of like 0. They just create an account. But in the middle is where you find it. And I think I thought the average for Steam at one point was like, I want to say 70. I know that sounds weird. That's probably really high. It might have been like 7. I don't know why I see a 0 behind that, but it might have been 7. We can look it up. It's a very simple thing to do. And that's where you need to look and see like success, because that means engagement. That means like people actually playing it. That means that it's not just something that's bought and put on under a TV or, next to a monitor or something like that. People engaging with it, that's where the money's being made. And hardware doesn't make money necessarily. So, especially in the early ends of the release. So yeah, that's just some information there. But let's see, Steam. Let's see if we can get an idea. Average games owned by. That's probably a very simple thing that we can do. It'll probably bring it up. Average games owned on Steam. This is just Steam. This doesn't count anybody else. I'm sure it's higher on Epic per person, even though they're not as old, because they give away so many games. They call them owned. Where is that? I could throw this up here, but I'm going to see if I can find it first. And then we'll throw it up there. I've seen data for a long time telling you all this information. It's being outside of the business now, the outsider, I don't see it as much, but let's see. I know that somebody's thrown this data out there before. Okay, so this is as of 2024, 11 games per average person on Steam. So I think it must have been 7 when I saw it. This was data from years ago. So Steam generated about $4.3 billion last year alone. That would have been in 2020. So this is 5 years ago. This data is 5 years behind, 4 years specifically if you look at full year. So I would probably say that I don't know. They just pulled that game. So around 11, that's pretty good. Now those could be free games and stuff like that. Yeah, they do. Yeah, that's where they pull this data from, is like, there's Steam Spy, there's SteamDB, there's tons of different ones that you can pull it from for sure. Yep. But yeah, I mean, you can look at that and you can kind of go, okay, if they're doing 4.3 billion and they easily put out their average player base and all of that, I mean, I don't think Steam is going to have a problem growing this. And that's what I was saying early before anybody showed up, was that Nintendo has a problem this time because they actually have a competitor in the exact same space that they're going for. When the Switch launched, it had no competitor, had no issue, and there was nobody really that had seen anything like it. Now it's like, well, there's alternatives, there's cheaper alternatives, and there's cheaper software alternatives. I think that's where Nintendo's next challenge comes from, and it's not specifically around can they attract an audience, it's can they keep that audience solely to themselves, or are they sharing it now? I don't think they'll ever be in real issues around like getting their audience back. If you're a Nintendo player, it's likely that you don't leave, you'll still go back, but you may not buy the games that you would normally buy on your Switch. You might buy them on your PC because you get like true 4K if you've got a big PC rig. If you're, the hardest of hardcore, right, in that sense, or maybe hardcore, you have a PC that can handle it. Plus you have people that can play it on the go. It's a little bit different now. It's a little bit more complicated, and the $400 investment in a hardware or $500 investment in hardware can seem like a big ladder, but it's actually the smallest thing. If you're truly buying multiple games per year and you're looking to get the best value out of your dollar down the road, right? Like, you have people starting to look at it that way. And Steam Deck would be $250 used, $399 brand new, cheaper than the Nintendo. Every game is at least 20% cheaper, probably half in some cases. And, you know, they're always on sale. They're always running sales. Nintendo doesn't really put sales on their own products. So truly it becomes like a one solution type machine, and that's for their hardware. And I think that's going to be, you know, for their games on their hardware. I think it's going to be the true test of like, is there success with this product? I would probably say it's going to be successful, but it's probably not going to be like Switch successful. I think it's going to be kind of like a mid success type thing, right? It's not going to have gangbuster. There'll be support for it, but it won't have gangbuster sales because there's other things for people to choose now. It's just how it'll be. And the market's growing. I mean, although it's probably smaller a little bit, it's still growing. Another part of that too is that the Switch things didn't run very well, and then emulators ran better. Yeah, casual buyers, I agree with you on that, Sexy Captain. They don't really see it as much, but, you know, for anybody in the know, which I wouldn't call it piracy so much, emulation is probably a better term, and, you know, old catalogs and retro gaming, quite honestly, if you can buy a machine, this is what I would say in terms of this. It's not a legal argument, but it's not, you know, legal advice either. I'm not a lawyer. You can buy machines left and right with retro games already loaded on them, 30,000, 40,000 at a time on Amazon, a major retailer, as well as like you can go into an Aldi's or whatever they are and still buy those things, right? Those little devices. Nintendo and PlayStation and all those guys have really lost that battle. It's already precedence that they don't go after them because there's so many. So that's almost like a trademark, you know, issue. If you don't really go after it, you kind of lose the argument, and it becomes a scenario where you have nothing to stand on because you're not going after multiple things. Now, people distributing Nintendo games, you know, the guys that are running websites where they actually distribute the BIOS, which is owned from the Switch or whatever, and then they distribute the actual ROMs, that's a different story of actual games actually in market today being sold. But emulation stuff, things like that, there's so many of those. They've lost that battle. And I think a lot of people will start to, you know, look at those. And most of them are crappy, no doubt about it. Even Nintendo's, as you're pointing out, Nintendo's solution's crappy. But ultimately, it's giving people more understanding of what can be done. And, you know, that's potentially a series I've been looking to do on at Retro Factor channel. I've already got one video up. And it's like, hey, this is something Nintendo Switch can't do. Or Nintendo Switch 2 can't do, even though it could do it power-wise. There's no way that you're going to be able to put this on easily and without like some kind of trouble from Nintendo to be able to run, you know, emulated software, but you can do this all day long on Steam Deck or Legion Go or whatever it is on PC. So, you know, it's just more educating casual people that, you know, you could have more. You may not want it. You may not play games like you know, the hardest of hardcore gamers or whatever they want to call them, right? Like myself, right? You may not play games every day, and you may not want to be able to access Alundra on the go, you know, to play it or something like that from the PS1 days. So it's one of those things where I think you'll educate some, but most people won't care. And I think the Steam Deck is, like I said, probably going to continue to grow, where Nintendo is probably going to stagnate at some point. There won't be as many Nintendo Switch 2s that sell as there are Nintendo Switch 1 because of competition. So I think, but you will see Steam Deck, you know, when they release a Steam Deck 2, you'll see the same base, you'll see it grow, the Legion Go 2, the next ROG Ally, all of those will continue to grow. And that market just has, you know, probably unlimited potential for the next 10 years, or who knows, maybe even less than that, because there'll probably be something new that we don't even think of today, which is usually the case. I was trying to go through, make sure we got that. Yeah, it's funny how my restream chat doesn't put things triplicate where this one does over here into the screen. Yeah, I mean, that's what I agree with you 100%. I've said that from the beginning, especially with AMD, NVIDIA, Intel, everybody pushing so hard to improve upscaling continuously. Hardware power won't be the problem. It'll be, the tech that we're working with in terms of developing games, or the industry is. And if you've got really solid efforts from AMD and NVIDIA, yes, they'll continue to push the edge with like the actual power of like a graphics card, but they'll also be working to build these devices like your, I've got them plugged in, but the Legion Go and the Steam Deck, and they'll be pushing those to get better and better, right? In terms of being able to be stable in the market, still run games that are launching 3 years after, 4 years after the hardware's out there, and giving, reasonably good performance. And that'll be through upscaling, through Proton, as you're saying. I mean, now, since I've moved that Legion Go from Windows to solely a Steam OS, there's barely any games. I mean, I would say like, we're talking about like 99% of Steam's games, probably much higher than that even, run on Steam OS with no issues, or slightly like an issue you have to tweak, but fundamentally are not blocked by something as a DRM or something like that can't run on there, or anti-cheat or something. Most of those companies have gotten past that. Like, one of the games we're going to look at today, just because Bethesda sent it over, was they gave me a code to look at all of the Elder Scrolls Online for the next year, right? Like basically all the content they gave it to the channel to take a look at. And I haven't played that game in a long time, and it does have anti-cheat, it does have DRM and all that. And it didn't run initially on the Steam Deck, but I was just running it yesterday on the Legion Go, and it's 60 frames per second, and no issues with that game running. So yeah, with those things, with the efforts that Steam's done and Valve, and the hardware manufacturers being more accepting that they don't know everything, that let's give Valve their credit where it's due, and they're becoming like the third OS that I think will be out there. Like, although the community in Linux and Unix and all that will argue with me, and I'm not trying to make them wrong, I'm not trying to point out something. Steam OS will become what Linux is. Like, that's what people will know. Ubuntu, they can do all they want. Red Hat, they can do all they want. They are not going to outpace a gaming platform that runs on Linux, and that will become the de facto. So you'll have Windows, you'll have Mac, and you'll have Steam OS. That's how it'll be. And that's just because that's how Steam worked before. Steam, what they did 10, 20 years ago, they basically just gave away their DRM, their solution, right, of like being able to monetize your game, sell it through their platform. They didn't ask developers to pay for it. They just proliferated it out in the market, and within 5 years, there was no competition. Nobody could do that. There was nobody else to go to. Steam was like, we're giving it away free, but it's on every game there is. Just imagine every game there is driving, people to use Steam, and now Steam is selling hardware, and now they're building their own OS. I mean, ultimately, they're going to do the exact same thing again. So I do believe Steam OS will be the de facto thing that people understand. Although I understand, and I know you guys understand, Steam OS is just a name. It runs on top of another version of Linux. But I mean, ultimately, that's what people refer to. They'll be like, if they refer to anything, it'll probably be called Steam. But essentially, they'll go like, oh yeah, that operating system that runs this, or whatever runs my machine is Steam. That's what they'll probably get to calling it. But Steam OS will be the biggest, probably, OS behind Windows and Mac. Probably even Mac. It'll probably outpace Mac by far, I would think. I don't think Mac is going to be competent in the same way, right? They're doing something totally different. So yeah, I mean, that's That's how I see it. It's one of those things where it'll be interesting, and I don't have any problem with it. The only thing I can tell you is the Switch 2 will only benefit Steam users down the road. It's exactly how it will be. Because if every developer wants to develop on Steam or on Switch 2, that means they are going in and they're changing their code and they're getting things optimized for those types of lower end hardware. And that's only going to benefit Steam Deck, right? Now, the only problem with that is, will they only start to target like Steam Deck and then it'll be bad, we'll be back to like, oh, it's a bad PC port. It's not as good as it could be. It's not taking full advantage of like NVIDIA 5090 or 6090 or 7090, whatever time frame we're talking about here, 5, 6, 10 years, whatever it is. That could be a problem, right? It could go backwards. It could reverse Uno us, and we'd be like, great. Now we don't get like every other feature under the sun for these 5090 cards because, well, only 100,000 people own 5090s, but like now 50 million people own Steam Decks, right? That's the reverse problem that we don't have to worry about exactly today. So anyhow, thanks for indulging me. Let's jump over. We'll continue to talk. I mean, just throw your thoughts and comments on your device of preference in the or what your thoughts are on Steam or on Switch 2 if you've seen it in chat while we take a look at some of these. I think I muted myself, didn't I? Did I? I did, didn't I? Yep. Are you gonna work today? There, you're gonna work. Okay, now we're back. Let's see. We're going to take a look at a few games, and I got to figure out which one we're going to take a look at today. There's the Legion Go. There's the Steam Deck. Give me 1 second to find my controller. We've got probably 8 games that we can take a look at. I don't think we'll get to all of them. I think we'll probably get to 6 of them, because there are some other things going on today. Are you gonna wake up? This Steam Deck gets lazy sometimes. It doesn't want to wake up. It's awake. I don't know. Why is it not showing? Oh, something's sitting in front of it. That's why. Okay, there we go. Man, you take one day off and everything goes to shit. Let's see. Elder Scrolls Online. So we're going to take a look at Elder Scrolls running on the Steam Deck. Like I said, I've ran it on. Now, this is because they sent it over to me, right? Like, they sent me a code, and that's what I'm taking a look at. It's like a $50 code. And I hadn't seen it in a long time. I haven't played it in a decade. Well, maybe 6 years. I don't know. Something like that. It's been a while. So I figured we'd take a look at it. It's something to check out. It also, points to the fact that even games that didn't support Steam Deck or Proton or anything, do work today, and they run just fine. They've actually, configured their tech to like work within the well, I guess you'd call it like the restrictions. It's not really a restriction. It's just the way it is. They've made it to where it actually works on a Steam Deck now because of the anti-cheat and everything like that they've put in it. So we'll take a look at that one. I bought this the other day because it was on sale. I think it's still on sale. It's like $2, $2 or $3. This is Maniac. It actually looks. They marketed it kind of like a Grand Theft Auto, but it ultimately is very similar to any kind of survivor game, like Vampire Survivors or something like that. So I kind of think we'd take a look at it and just see what it looks like. Katana Dragon. This one was sent over from the dev, and we're going to take a look at that. It looks really cool. Dragon is Dead. That one was all sent over. It's a Metroidvania. We'll take a look at. Through the Nightmare. This is a platformer. It was sent over by another developer. Seth, or Seath. I'm not sure how they say it on this one. Seth to me. But this one is a boomer shooter. It has a memory leak on the Legion Go. I'm going to see if it does the same thing here. It crashes after about 2 minutes. And I don't think that they've got it figured out, but it may not have the same issue on the Steam Deck hardware itself. So it's going to depend. So we'll take a look at that. What else do we have? Striving for Light. Striving for Light, it was a Striving for Light Survivor. So it was a Survivor game, but now this I think is more like a action RPG. So we'll take a look at that one. That was sent over. Kingdom of Keflings, A World of Keflings. I'm not allowed to show this one until next week. It's kind of weird because this is an old game from the Xbox 360 days. It's a really cool like city builder. I don't know why they're not wanting anybody to show it. They sent it over, but it's a game that already has been around for a decade. I don't know, 2 decades almost. I don't know. It's not really a secret. If you like Deadly Premonition, you like weird stuff, Deadly Premonition 1 and 2 are on sale on Steam. I think you can get both for like $7. They're interesting. I don't know. They're weird. They're weird, but they're interesting. And they were fun to play. Just to let you know. And then the Humble Bundle released. You can get like 8 games. And if you guys want, I can share my code if you were interested in signing up for that. It's like 8 games for $11 a month. But that one has some interesting games in it this month. And you actually get Soul Reaver, Nobody Wants to Die, Dungeons of Hintersburg, Chia, Haven Dock, I can't, by Pio. There's another game or two that are here as well that I can't remember. We'd have to look at it. We'll take a look at Islands and Trains, and I still didn't do the Astrumas because I got screwed up because of that stuff that changed where I was helping that company, and now I need to help them out some more, which changes the schedule, but we'll work that out. So let's see, lots of stuff. And then this was sent over this morning. I haven't had a chance to see it. It's kind of like one of those ones like that fishing game where it just sits on your desktop and then you just kind of play it and it kind of runs, and it doesn't even need to be the actual game in focus. It just runs. It's an idler. So I didn't get a chance to see it, so we'll be looking at that. But let's take a look at let's take a quick look at Elder Scrolls. We'll just start with that one, get it out of the way. This one, like I said, Bethesda sent over a full. I'm going to turn that music off here. Sorry. Nintendo sent over a full version. You know, they sell it in multiple different ways. You can buy the game, or you can actually sign up for the service, or you can buy the expansions, each one, pay them to own them, or you can just spend whatever it is per month, $11 or something. They have some pass that they were selling for $50 now for the rest of 2025, I guess, and you get access to everything. So they sent it over. I said, yeah, I'll take a look at it. And I don't know. I figured we'd take a look and see how well it runs on Steam Deck. If it does, it runs on the Legion Go on Steam OS. I don't know why it wouldn't run on here, but we'll see. M's Opinion, welcome. I did see that Pipistrello. Yeah, I saw that. The Cursed Yo-Yo. That one came out today on like Press Engine. They reached out and asked if I was interested. I didn't have time to add it in, but it does look really cool. I haven't seen it though. I thought they what did they say? Their tagline is a yo-yo vania, I think, or something like that, which is kind of funny. I don't know what it's about though. Well, what I'll probably end up doing is just get the game from them today, and then we'll take a look at it next Thursday for the next new release Thursday. So, controller wise, I was able to do controller with the Legion Go, and it didn't take anything special to do that, but I'm not seeing the same thing here. But that's okay, because if you're playing on the Steam Deck, you actually, I'm going to get off screen for a sec, see what's up. You actually have the touchscreen, but yeah, I can't seem to move this forward without that from just the controller that I have. So it looks like you do have to acknowledge some stuff with your touchscreen ahead of time, which isn't surprising. Here, give me a second. I'm going to move this over. It's not surprising that it is, if you can tell I'm touching the screen here on the device, even though it's black. Like the screen's black right now, but you can still use the touchscreen. Oh, that's right. It's got to do some additional installation, doesn't it? How much does it have to do? Let's try it again. I think it did this on the Legion Go. It's unpacking. I don't know if I unpacked this or not. Otherwise, we can jump over to the Legion Go quickly and take a look at it on there, and then come back. It should be able to do it. I thought I unpacked it though, but now that I see that like launcher, it okay. It's loading, downloading meta. We're not going to sit through this. Don't worry. We're going to switch over to the Legion Go while this continues its little thing. I just wanted to see if it's going to say like how long it'll take, because we may have to come back to this one like at the end, right? And then take a look at it on here. Obsolete. It might go through though. No, it's doing its update. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Let's jump over to the Legion Go. 100 gigabytes. It just had me download 100 gigabytes last night for crying. It has to be unpacking. It's going too fast. Starlink doesn't move at this rate. Yeah, it has to be unpacking. Okay, let's take a look at the Legion Go then. Let me get that one set up. Because that one I know. I was playing it on there while I was taking phone calls yesterday. Let's see if we can get it powered up here. And I may need to. No, it should be good. There it is. There it is. Good. All right. Oh, yeah. No, I said Soul Reaver was one of them. What's the other one? I'll have to look. We'll have to bring that up. Get this controller running. Oh, I don't know. It may throw an error because I don't know if it's in this, if it's playing and it knows it's playing, or if it's in this other. Yeah, I'm logged in trying to play it. Okay, it's going to kick me out of the other one. That's okay. Let's just take a look at it on the Legion Go with Steam OS, and then while we're doing other stuff, I'll try to get it up and running on the Steam Deck itself. So this one, for some reason, the Legion Go, you can control everything with the controller. You don't have to worry about the touchscreen. Plus, you also have you also have, I know it's hard to see there with the background thing, but you also have that touchscreen, touchpad. But you don't need that. For some reason, it works just fine. Could be just the setting of the actual controller is working just fine with it. I'm not hearing any audio though. Are you guys? I didn't hear any audio last night either, and I thought that was really strange. But then I was thinking, well, could be because something wasn't running correctly. I'm trying to think what could cause no audio. The only thing I can think of is the PC that sits in between is doing something odd. Let me see if we're getting audio on that. It doesn't look like it. Let me press a button here. No. Okay. We had an update on that machine. Give me one sec. I'm just going to restart it. It should, things will turn off for a second, but they should come right back on. Yeah. It's, you take one day off of not streaming and all sorts of problems creep up on you. Yeah, we'll see. It shouldn't take too long for it to come up here. I think it just wasn't allowing, because there's two different capture cards per device. There's one that sits on a recording PC that doesn't have me being recorded at all, and then there's streaming PC which has a capture card, and it looks like that capture card wasn't passing it through, but it's still not there. Yeah, this is the problem with the Legion Go right now with SteamOS. Um, Steam's trying to get it to work, but that audio, that's what it is. The audio is defaulting to the device itself. Let's see if we can get it now. Not there yet. See once this comes up if it's going to do it. Maybe the audio's all. You know what? I'm probably going to have to restart the game. I can hear it over in the actual like device, but not on here. So let's just restart the game. Let me just make sure. This is what I'm changing. So by for whatever reason, I think this is something to do with the Legion Go dock. It doesn't output to the external device. It tries to force it to go to the speakers in the Legion Go. And it's still doing that. Like I can still hear it. So we may have to actually shut this device all the way down. Yeah, see, it's forcing it to continue to try and push it to here. Let's see if we restart the whole machine. That's how it is. Yeah, it does some weird stuff here and there. Actually, you know what? I just want to make sure what game does it say? Oh, it says Wreckfest. No wonder. I was going to say there's probably too many people here because of being led astray. I don't usually put a lot of names in here. I just had one from it a long time ago. Let me fix that. Let's see. We'll do Elder Scrolls. I'm not trying to mislead people by having the wrong game in the title. Oh God, this thing. The Legion Go deck does have some issues. There's no doubt about it. It's not. I don't. And this is the argument that I've had from the beginning with the Steam Deck and why it's doing so well. Years ago, if you don't know, Steam made SteamOS for other products. SteamOS has been around a long time. It didn't get a lot of traction because an OEM, a hardware manufacturer like HP or Alienware or whatever that would have used it or did use it, they didn't really care about what Steam was trying to do. They just cared about like being on top of something because they had gaming devices and they're like, hey, we're just going to support whatever gamers want us to support. That's good. But being a hardware manufacturer, the only thing they really have to offer is the hardware. It's basically a dumb device, right? Without the OS and a good software backend and all this stuff. They don't make great things. ROG doesn't make good things. Legion Go, there we go, doesn't make good things in terms of like an operating system or some kind of interface for playing games. People just deal with it. But Steam is a really good one, right? So when they made their Steam OS years ago, it was only for like the idea was it would be like something to compete with consoles. So it would sit under your TV in your living room. And Alienware made one, and I think some others made some. But they just screwed it up because they were trying to like do things that were good for their hardware, not good for gaming. And Steam kind of didn't make a product, so they just put it out there, and the OEM screwed everything up. And then they were like, okay, we're going to have to worry about this later on. And it kind of all fell off after 2015, 2014, something like that. Well, when they did, Steam Deck, they obviously had learned. They're like, we're going to do our own device, and we're going to make it the way it should have been made, and it'll be more successful. And ultimately, it has been. But now they've given it out to everybody, and if those companies like Lenovo and ROG don't keep up with it, you're going to have instances like this where that like dock going in doesn't interface correctly when it's on Steam OS. It doesn't make that switch over automatically, and you have to do like a restart or something. But it's not in their best interest to go back and worry about the Legion Go when the Legion Go S and the Legion Go 2 are coming out. So who gives a shit about the Legion Go? That's how a hardware manufacturer is, right? 2 years old devices are like, who cares about them? If they could stop supporting them, they would stop supporting them a day after they've shipped. If they could get away with it and they know they could sell it, because it's just useless. The next thing for them to sell is the next product coming down the road, because that's where they make money. They don't make money on any game being sold on, Steam, like Steam does. Valve makes money on every game that's sold, obviously. So they would do anything to keep people happy, and they make, new features and everything like that. But for the OEM, they don't get anything out of it. So they're like, the only reason why we support it is because if we don't, we'll get a bad name and nobody will buy our product right down the road. But they don't even care at that point, because, you know, they have the mentality of what would you call it? P.T. Barnum, a sucker's born every day, right? Like, even if that person doesn't like your stuff, well, there's somebody that's going to come around tomorrow that'll buy it and not really know. So that's the OEM model. If they don't make the hardware, the software, and everything together. All right, let's see. So this is my old character. This character's been around for a decade. Oh, let's put some data up on the screen. Yeah, we'll just use that one. So this is now I'm probably running it at 15 watts, but now that it's plugged in, it probably goes to like 35 watts, I think is what it is. So it'd probably be on the higher end of like how much you could actually use in terms of like battery, right? We're on the high end of that right now. But yeah, you can see, I mean, 60 frames per second. Now we are in, what, first person mode? Oh, I don't want to fight. Just let me look around for a minute, damn it. I got to figure out how we get it back into, let's get up here. This looks like a town. Maybe we'll be safer. Nope, we're not safe. Maybe we'll go run over here. There we go. There we go. Now we're in third person. So, what's this? Is this somebody working with me? I think it is. But yeah, 60 frames per second. It's an interesting MMO. I'm not a big fan of these. I mean, when I worked for Gamigo, like, we did MMOs, and this was better than anything we ever did. But it really wasn't my favorite thing to play or be involved in. They are attacking me. Stay away. Stay away. I don't even know where I'm at. I don't even remember the last thing I was doing in this game. It looks like the base area. I'm going to get in the water and swim away. This will give us a chance. But yeah, I mean, 60 frames per second. No issues with this one, playing online with all those folks. And you can get it for $3 if you just want the base game and stuff like that. So not a bad idea. You know, I don't know if I'd pay $50 for a year subscription, but that's not egregious. It doesn't seem too bad, you know, in comparison to like some of the other games that are out there. It doesn't seem like it's breaking. They're like breaking the bank and like trying to. I mean, yes, there is still stuff to purchase in the game, I'm sure. The Crown Store. So what do you get with the Crown Store? What's in the Crown Store? Crown crates. Oh, they're still doing crates. Really?
Bakruti is pleased to see you. An excellent selection.
What an old solution.
Make a selection to reveal the rewards.
The pulls. That's what we're talking about. I don't know. Got a French trader or something like that. I don't know what he was. ESO Plus. That's the one where it's like monthly. But like I said, the one that they gave me was like the 2025 access. It's like $50. But yeah, you still have to do the conversion. They're still doing the same thing as like mobile companies, right? Like, oh, let's just disassociate the amount of money that you spend in real dollars to like these fake coins and packages and stuff like that. The same idea. That's funny. 16,000. I know a lot of people who have spent tons. Oh, I'm sorry. Mirage. Should you buy a ROG Ally or a Steam Deck? I think you'd be fine buying either of them. Hey, Irimist, how are you? I push a lot of people to the Legion Go if you're thinking of an alternative to a Steam Deck. But the ROG Ally is a fine device, right? Like the nice thing about the ROG Ally is that it's 16 by 9. So you don't have to worry about black bars in most cases, unless you're emulating something that's 4 by 3 ratio or something. But I mean, for most games, they're always going to support 16 by 9, no problem. 16 by 10, I still wonder why they chose to go with that. I think because you can get fairly decent resolution still, but you can... And it's not too much to ask a developer to do, but like even then, if you're asking them to change anything, to change the ratio, like Square Enix doesn't do that, right? Like they only support 16 by 9 ratio. So I don't think you'd want to do 16 by 10 requirements for games. And that's why we have what we have, where you have to either, use some kind of way to scale it to fill the screen, or the developer just supports 16 by 10 resolution or ratio as well as 16 by 9. You can still put SteamOS on the ROG Ally, so that'd be my first move. I'd buy a ROG Ally and I'd put SteamOS on it day one. But I would look at the Legion Go. I would take it and consider that one. You can get it for a little bit cheaper or as cheap as a ROG Ally. You do get the ability to have, your controllers separated from your unit so you can play sitting back in your couch. Funny enough, and this might be because I'm old, I'm not weak, but, the older you get, the more aches you have, right? And holding a Legion Go up to my, playing height can sometimes like put a strain on my one elbow because it's really bad. Like I've torn ligaments and stuff in it. And I like having the Legion Go so I can just sit it like on the couch arm, and then I can have like these controllers in my hand, and this is way lighter than holding the whole unit, and I can have them down by my lap and still be able to look at the screen. So I do play like that. It's just a personal preference. They're about the same power, except for the ROG Ally X, I think actually has more memory than the Legion Go, so it depends on if you buy that one. But yeah, I would probably say, like, since SteamOS is now available pretty much for other things, you can safely go and buy a ROG Ally or a Legion Go and be able to put SteamOS on there, and you have the exact same experience now as a Steam Deck to a point, right? There's still some weird things about like audio switching and some stuff like that that you have to manually mess around with, but every once in a while. But in general, yeah, I mean, I think that what you're seeing here is SteamOS running on the Legion Go, and this is an older game that had at one point DRM, and it had anti-cheat around it, and now it runs just fine on Linux or SteamOS, right, with no issues, and it runs 60 frames per second, right? So, not that this is like a super intensive game, but I mean, like, it definitely does a good job of running. I'm trying to see if I can put it back in first person mode. There we go. Let's fight something. Let's see what this does. Here we go. Skeever never stood a chance taking his hair. Oh, there we go. Another one. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if we can fast travel anywhere. I swear to God, I've seen this area like 100,000 times, but I've never done anything else. Let's see. Can we fast travel? Is that not a thing? I don't know the game. I don't think it is. What if I pressed it? Oh, here we go. Yeah, you can fast travel, but only to these areas. Unfortunately, I'm not going to plug too much time into these games. But I just wanted to kind of show that it's running just fine. Okay, can I not fast travel there? I can't fast travel anywhere. Is that not a thing? No, I can there. Let's go there. Maybe we'll see some more populated area or something. See if it changes. But yeah, running fine. Oh, we didn't look at the settings. That's something we should do. Hey, Benevolent Beetle. What's up, man? Lunchtime? Awesome. Well, you've come for the perfect time. We will. I don't know if you guys want to. We can watch some of the stuff too. What time does the Summer Game Fest start? Um, let's see. June 6th. We got 3 hours until it starts. About 4 hours. So there was one State of Unreal started at like, oh, that was on the 3rd. Today's the 6th, right? 2 p.m. is Summer Game Fest. And then Day of Devs is at 4 p.m., which I won't be able to stay around for that one. But yeah, we could probably do the 2 p.m. Summer Game Fest. Check it out with Jeff Keighley. Okay, so let's get out of here. And oh, this is my house. I didn't even know I was a homeowner. Kenneth Roost. I'm back where I was. Oh, what the hell? I don't know. Anyhow, settings. Let's take a look at that really fast. So to get it running on the Legion Go with SteamOS, I just basically turned it on and it kind of set everything up on its own. Like they're doing the same thing they did with like, the Steam version of Skyrim. Although on that you can't change anything, on here you can, but you can see we're playing with like high graphics quality, high textures. And the game's older. No FSR, high sampling, all of that stuff. And we're plugged in and we're getting 60 frames per second. Now, when I was out on the deck yesterday, taking those calls and messing around with this, I was running it on battery and it was still getting 60 frames per second. So, in terms of optimization, I mean, either they've optimized a lot or the game's just so old anymore that it really doesn't take a lot, right? Which is probably more the case than the optimization, but they do have it set to like kind of run out of the box on a Steam Deck platform with the best settings. So I think they're learning, they're doing some of that work up front. Can we go underwater in this game? I don't think we can. I don't think you can dive down. Looks pretty deep, and I can't go underwater, I don't think. How about out here? This looks deeper. Yeah. No, you're stuck to the surface. You can swim, but you can't do anything else. Okay, cool. But yeah, that's not bad. I mean, if you wanted to play an MMO, this is a good one. I think Final Fantasy is another one. I got to see if that one works. But yeah, they've just got a new thing out. You can do it now. They provided the code, so I appreciate them sending the code over. We got a chance to see what it looked like on here, and it ran smooth as can be. So if you do have Elder Scrolls Online, maybe it's a time to dust it off and start checking it out again. But let's take a look at something else. I'm going to let this countdown do its thing. We'll end it. And hopefully we'll be able to play that on the Steam Deck at some point today. I didn't know it had like this 100 gig unpacking. Ultimately, what we could do, we could let it unpack. And we could check out some other games while it does that. So let me pull it in front of me. That's what we'll do. We'll just... Oh no, it's unpack. It's still unpacking. It's about 50% done. Okay, good. So it didn't stop. Let's take a look at some other games on the Legion Go running SteamOS, and then we'll do the final one. We'll cover the games that we've already looked at on the Steam Deck, and that should give this thing enough time. Cleaning the shop today, it smells like a fabuloso Clorox wipes. Oh, you played Final Fantasy 14. Gotcha. What's the cleaning for though? Anything specific? Is it just like tidying things up, or are you actually like doing some kind of inspection or something of that level? I'm gonna see. Oops, wrong thing. Where's my... What's going on here? Oh, there we go. Oops, no, don't start again. Don't start again. I hit the wrong button. Let's see. Let's see, what were we looking? Oh, here's the new game. So yeah, Katana Dragon. This one, let's see, where's it at? This one's by Sanoa Games, and they sent this over. It just released earlier this year. I'm not sure if it's still in early access. It is. So this is still being worked on. This game hasn't released fully yet, but it's kind of like an RPG, action adventure RPG. Very Zelda-like is what I took it as. So puzzles, things like that. So we'll take a look at that one. And this is running on the Legion Go. So while we're still waiting for the Steam Deck to unpack the other. See, I don't like that about this. I can't show things in front of me. I thought I'd be able to show it in front of me. AI just doesn't, it can't predict what I want to do here. Where's my mouse? Oh, it's on the wrong thing. Give me a sec. There we go. There we go. Now it's working. Now I just got to find it. So yeah, I have to turn this off every time I want to show that. But yeah, you can see once this is done unpacking, then we'll take a look at it on there. So that's the Steam Deck. Turn that back up. There we go. But we are taking a look at Katana Dragon. So like I said, this was sent over. What was the price on this? Was it $19.99? So many things to remember. $9.99, so even cheaper. I'm pretty sure we can run this full blown. Yeah, they don't have much, but anti-aliasing, shadows, depth of field, shouldn't be any problem. It almost looks voxel, like a Minecraft style art, but start a new game. No, let's see. We can just load what I was doing. I don't know if it's voxel though. It looks like it. It could be, but it could also be like the art design that they went with. There's a lot of story to it. It is action adventure. So I mean, think like more like Zelda Link. What is it? What was it? Link to the Past kind of idea, right? In that sense. Do we have to go in here? We'll go in and check and see what's up. Everybody's having dinner. Oh no, they're having tea and mochi or something like that. Ninja missions. It's amazing you can get, like, this is the thing. This game probably will be available on Switch too. If they have the chance, right? Will it be a physical game? Probably not, but would it be on the digital storefront? Of course. And, you know, you look at this. Now, obviously, these guys can adjust their pricing. You know, if they put it on sale on Steam down the road for, we'll say $4.99. Not that they would, but maybe they will. They could do that on the Switch too as well. So a lot of cases you do get very similar games. But your bigger games are probably not going to be as easily discounted as you would have them. I mean, especially with, like, look at Cyberpunk releasing at $69.99, right? That game's old. Now, yes, they did a lot of work to get it onto the Switch 2, most likely, or at least took what they did for the Steam Deck and moved it over to the Switch 2. But, I mean, how much can you buy Cyberpunk 4 on Steam right now? $20? Maybe. Something like that. Like, there's going to be those factors that I think will change, like, people's decision. Like, eventually somebody's going to go, like, yeah, you know, my kid or I enjoy buying games, but man, it's so much cheaper over on Steam. And they'll hear about it, right? People do know of Steam. It's not like 20 years or 10 years ago. So I think eventually you'll see better pricing either you'll see better pricing on Steam or on Nintendo, or you'll see more people buying Steam devices or devices they can run Steam OS on or Steam on. Okay, we got to go. Lots of conversation here. Let's get to the swinging. There we go. We can cut the grass. See, that's why I don't think this is a voxel game. It's not developed the same way. That looks like I don't know. Like the character's head does. It looks like what From Software did with that one game a long time ago that was on the PS3. What was it called? Something RPG, something... I can't remember the name of it. It was so unique. It looked like that, but it wasn't... I don't think it was voxel art. Software. Just see. What was the game's name? PS3 games. They only ever want to go like, oh, here's the voxel, or here's the Dark Souls games. They actually made a lot more. 3D, what was it called? 3D something hero? I think that's what it was. 3D.Game Heroes. That was the game. So that was From Software, the people that make Dark Souls. They made this game called 3D.Game Heroes for the PS3. It's very unique. It's just like blocks. And it's like this type of artwork. I don't think it was voxel. 3D.Game Heroes. Yeah, I guess it was. Yeah, so that's probably what this is too. I mean, it looked like more of an art choice than it was like a technical development. And I guess the grass here, the more you see it at a higher angle, you really can't change the angle, but the more you see of it and it's like lower, I guess it does look like it's actually square. I thought it was just like, it looked like paper mache almost. And that's what I was thinking, like, oh, it's actually something different. But yeah, it's very much like a Zelda clone. Not saying it's a clone, but I mean, like, it feels like Zelda. And I think the wind maybe telling it's. Does it tell me which way to go? Is this like the Ghost of Tsushima? I don't know what that was. Where'd that go? Did it crash, or was that the Legion Go restarted for some reason? Give me a sec. I don't know what that was. Yeah, I mean, it looks really interesting. I just I wanted us to go a little bit further up the hill so we could see the next like combat. I'm waiting for the Legion Go to restart. That was a really abrupt like shutdown. Like it just died and came right back up. I don't know. Let's see if it does that again. Like I said, there are, as much as I've been saying, like, oh, this would be the way to go. You got to be willing to put up with some bugs here and there. And one of them that I'll show coming up that was happening yesterday. Now, will it happen again today? Who knows? But one of them was trying to run this Seath game, or whatever, on the Legion Go. It would crash every like minute. Like it would just get so far and it would crash. What that told me is it's like a memory leak issue. Because it didn't crash on the screen, it just crashed after X amount of time. So it's just like leaking memory and it overloads and it just shuts down and restarts, right? It didn't shut the whole device down. It just shut the game down. You'd start the game back up. So, yeah, something kind of weird. Let's look back into where we were. Hopefully we don't have to hear the... No, good. All right, let's keep going this way. I wanted to see some combat for us. Maybe we can find it over here. But yeah, it runs the same on Steam Deck or on this. We'll take a look at it on the Steam Deck, but you're looking at about 30 frames per second. Or 60 frames per second, sorry. Where did our enemies go? He's got the Naruto run. His arms are behind him. Here we go. Going to look for treasure. Just like Elden Ring. Night Rain. Can we do anything with that? Nope. Maybe we'll get some enemy. Now, can we... We can... Can't jump. We're supposed to get through. Luckily, I have enough ability to jump or do a quick move. It's what it looks like. How do we do it, though? Oh, there it was. Meditating. Oh, LT. Oop. There we go. There we go. Oh, wrong way. That's a long way across. I don't think we can do that. No, I think we're supposed to, though. No, maybe not. We can meditate. What's that do for us, though? It makes us fall. How do we get... Oh, my hearts ran out. That's what it was. It's like, you couldn't sit there and fall off left and right over and over again. No, thank you. We'll find a different way up. Nope. Oh, wait. Here's a new note. Let's see. Managed to get over the first ravine, but the next one was huge. It was pretty scary. But anyway, it was either the fall or my boss that was going to finish me off. So I charged my boost for longer. Boom, I hot it. What did it say? I hot it? Yeah, it says I hot it. Is that a new term? Or is that like a... Should have been I got it. Okay. So this one's like really far. How do you charge? Wait, maybe you take a drink? No, he just runs into the wall. Oh, maybe we gotta go to this. Damn it. Okay. Okay, I give. What the hell? You beat me. There we go. There's our first enemy encounter. Get that pumpkin. Not Dark Souls finesse, but it's something. Alright, let's go up here. I thought I could do it. I'm going to be quite the prodigy. I think I'll call this technique Ninja Dash. Right after I came across a barrier, just what I need. I don't have time to wait for the foreman to open it up. So I got close to the barrier and used Ninja Dash, L2, to get through. So just the same thing. There we go. Oh. You got me. This is Night Rain level difficulty. Let's see. Oh, I can't do it like continuously. Nope. Nope. It just jumping right off. Come on now. Can't get away from this thing. Let's see if we can get further. Oh, damn it. Okay, so I don't know. It's just an odd timing. I mean, we get the idea what it is. It's an adventure game, but must not be my adventure game. It's good though. I like it. I can see it for $10. This is not a bad little design. Okay. No, not him again. I'm going to go all the way up. There we go. Got through that one. Oh, almost got that one. My age is catching up to me after all the effort. I was exhausted, so I stopped to meditate for a while with R1 to recover energy. Yeah, you got to build up. I don't know if I build up enough. Go. Do I have any other... I don't have any other techniques now, but I think there are... Once you get a little bit further in. There we go. Oh. Too bad you couldn't, like, combine the two, like dash and that thing. I don't think you can, though. You can get away. Like, bit into me. There we go. Meditate for a second. I think that's just your stamina, though. Oh, I'll go up this way. I broke the sign that I was supposed to read. Oh, we gotta push it. Get out of here. There we go. All right, I should be able to push this, I would imagine. Yep. And how do you climb? Well, you can even spin things. Okay. So there might be puzzles where you have to spin it in certain ways. Is it like a ninja dash up to that? No. Nope. Can't hit it. Can't jump. The sign broke, so I don't even know what to... Oh, I see. We need to put it maybe halfway. Something like that. And we can do the jump. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so we gotta kind of jump out to it. Maybe a little bit further. And then do it. Okay. Yeah, we can take a look at something else. I just wanted to see kind of like what this... This actually goes a little bit further than I thought. Yeah, it's definitely a little fun little game. There we go. And then you just do it there. And then you get across. I see. So you really have some timing. You have no jump, but you have some timing that you got to deal with. Because you got to be able to let go of this. Right there. There we go. And you can go up this way. And do kind of the same thing, except you die. There we go. Yeah. Neat little idea. A little bit more challenging than probably you would think, but not difficult at all. Okay, we'll leave him. Oh. There we go. What's this? There we go. Yeah, your upgrades and things like this. Yeah, very Zelda-like. Okay, cool. Very nice little game. Let's take a look at something different. You know what? Can I save? I mean, if we have to go through this same area, that's fine too. Will it auto-save or something like that? Okay, maybe. Let me just see if I can save it. I don't know. We'll see wherever it saves. I'm not too worried about it. It didn't take us long to get there. All right, so that was Katana Dragon. How's the Steam Deck doing? We can catch back up on the Steam Deck, then we'll be good. Excuse me. Cool. Steam Deck's up. So let me plug this in. We'll take a look at Elden Ring, Elder Scrolls on the Steam Deck, and then we'll look at Catan Zero, and then we'll be back up to the speed. All right, there we go. Okay, let's do. Where did it go? Oh, here we go. So, yeah, let's back out 1 second just to make sure the Steam Deck doesn't have any same issues. I'd also like to see. See, there it goes, doing its weird thing. Boom, boom, boom. Drop it in. I do like that they've enabled this to keep your account a little bit safer. Okay, so there we got audio. Okay, so Steam Deck running Elder Scrolls Online. Let's see how it does. Probably gotta sit down too. You gotta get going too. Oh, no worries, Benevolent Deal. Thanks for stopping in. Hopefully the shop cleaning goes well. It's a Friday. Don't work too hard. I know I've got to run out after this, and I've got to go. What do I got to do today? I've got to go install some border, like wall border. We just put new floors in these studios, and some of them were cut a little too short, so we got to do that. And then we got to put up a chandelier and some other stuff like that. You know, simple things for today. So it shouldn't be too late. Maybe 9 o'clock tonight. And then all next week, it's going to be tough because that guy quit. So it's just going to be installing Garfield sinks, rerunning plumbing, painting, all sorts of stuff. So yeah, next week I've got to think about how the schedule's going to go. I don't know right now. We'll probably still stream in the daytime, but I might end up like streaming only like so many, like maybe 3 days a week or something like that until everything's figured out. And then maybe what I'll do is some live stream. I've got some ideas for funny stuff while I'm working that are related to games that I can do with the job. Nobody cares what I do because I kind of am the only one doing it, and usually work late at night, so nobody's really around. So it's not a real big issue. But yeah, I've got a camera now. That's what I was taking video from when I was looking for that Switch. They can do live streaming from that, and I have some ideas about, you know, the way to incorporate games and stuff into it. So we may end up doing some weird little live streams that are funnier than they are like serious, like sitting down playing games. Not that this is serious, but playing games. Just more like conversation stuff. But yeah, we'll see. And then things are going up over on the Retro Factor, which all of this could have been better timing, but I can still make the stuff for Retro Factor, which is good. So let's see, settings before we even get in. Yeah, see, here, all you have is adjust brightness. So they're doing a very similar thing on the Steam Deck that they did with like the Elder Scrolls, like Skyrim version 5, Elder Scrolls 5, to where there's no other thing to address. Like it's just set up to run 60 frames per second and you can't change it, you know, in that sense. Agree. Also, if you don't have Borderlands 2, you can get it for free now on Steam.
The storm is coming.
They're trying to promo the upcoming release of Borderlands.
Swirls in the air.
Oh, this is the new content here. They're trying to promo the upcoming Borderlands 4 release, but they're also trying to combat the deluge of negative reviews that have been hitting them on all their other Borderlands games because of what the changes are they made in their EULA and, you know, terms of service and stuff like that.
Those who would destroy Tamriel.
Who knows? I mean, I'm not going to suggest that you don't band together and like say what you don't like about the games industry, but if you're thinking you're going to hide your data, good luck. I wouldn't. That's not the hill to stand on anymore. That's done and gone. We as humans gave away our data privacy a long time ago, and we unanimously agreed to do that. So there's no way to get it back. The cat's out of the bag. See, this stuff all looks really cool. I've never seen any of it. I love the music, though. I don't think I've ever seen a dragon in this game. I've never seen these big battles going on. Just need to get deeper into it. Okay, cool. Now, it's still the character that I had before. They just played that thing. I'd seen that the last time when I started on the Legion Go as well. It's like a promo video for whatever's going on in the world. United States, there we go. Okay, yeah. Fogadai cattail has been around a long time. Okay, cool. They give you some free stuff, free stuff, free stuff. Oh, exit and leave. I thought it was like more stuff that it was telling me to do. Yeah, look, 60 frames per second. But you can see the difference. I mean, obviously, we're playing at 720p here. We were playing at 1080p on the other one. But, like, there's quality adjustments as well, like lower res textures. That draw distance has been toyed with a little bit, I would imagine. But yeah, I mean, let's see. Can I get it into, there we go, third person. You can zoom in and out, right? Yeah, so we can go even way further out if you want. And then you can go way back in, like almost like right over the shoulder. Battle cam, and then you can go all the way in. But yeah, solid 60 on the game. Does it even give us, like, we could see some of the other settings. Okay, we can't see them. So they basically start you off with the bare minimum of like what they think it's going to run best at. But if you want to go in and toy around with it, you can. So it's got it as where the other one was set to high, everything. We got low, medium, funny enough, no FSR on for whatever reason. I mean, we don't need it really, but could we like turn that on and then turn graphics all the way up? Let's do maximum. Let's just see what it does. I don't know. Maybe there's other areas that you would run into that's going to be more demanding, but I wouldn't think so. The game's not like super populated. It doesn't really change. It looks very similar as you play through each area. Yes, there's trees and different things when you get into grassy fields and forests, but it's not like these massive like cities that I remember in it. They're reasonably small. which is kind of unlike, you know, the kind of unlike like Skyrim, for example, when there are like bigger cities that you can get into, or even into Bethesda, but they're basically you load into a city. You don't. It's not like continuously walking around in and out, in and out. Why is it taking so long? It's not locked up. You know, the other factor is if they keep it all on low, it might be much better on the battery. It might have only been pulling like 15 watts or something like that instead of like 22, 23. I was just curious if we could even get it to see it that way. But it looks like it's being stubborn or if it's having to reload everything. There we go. I don't know if I did anything, but yeah, look, like this is on maximum. And while it's plugged in, you might have some like fluctuation, but I mean, it's pretty much 60. Let's see if we can find some people. When we turn around, it starts to go down, even with FSR on quality. It's like fluctuating. So if you really wanted to, you could just keep it. Let's try to do our over the shoulder. We could have just kept it, you know, where it was, and on the screen it probably wouldn't look too bad. There we go. That water looks much better though. Not that it looks amazing, but yeah, it looks so much better. How about swimming it? Yeah. Even then, it's not taking down the FPS too much. Yeah, no. That looks pretty good. Nice reflections, nice shading. You could probably just go high, and I'm pretty sure it's probably going to like stutter again. You could probably go high, and it would just save everything, and you'd probably get very similar like fidelity, but you'd stay at 60 FPS. So I don't think you have to go like super low. It looks like they've done some decent optimization for the game. Let's take this guy out. I don't even know if I have any spells, do I? I don't think so. He like rubber banded across there. Hide meat. Yeah. Yeah, I think, you know, regardless of how you choose to play it, you might be able to save some battery on it, but this looks really good. So, yeah. No issues there. The game runs just fine. It doesn't care about Proton, doesn't care about if you're on SteamOS or Windows. All the better. That's what we want, right? Like, that's like the future of where everything should be. All right, let's get out of this. And let's take a quick look at Katana Dragon, which we just looked at on the Legion Go. And we'll see what the Steam Deck looks like here. It should be 60 frames per second. That game's not demanding. And then we can, so we'll just take a minute or two to look at it, and then we'll jump over to our next game, and then we'll go between each other, go between the two. I do want to take a look at probably Seth next, which is that like boomer shooter. I want to see if it does the same thing that this one does, that it did on, I didn't save it. That's okay. We'll just see the beginning. Well, I did save it, but it didn't do the cross or the Steam save. Get a little bit of story. Sorry, there's probably going to be a lot of story. Unlike where we were past all this on the other one. Even more story. Everybody's making some noise. Oh. That's what it sounds like. Time to go back to bed, start dating. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Little man pulls out the grandpa's cough syrup and starts hanging out by himself. Okay, here we are. Just going to speed through it a little bit more so we can kind of see if it's any different. Okay. I gotta do the training stuff too. Yep, we know how to do that. Wish that Steam save would have worked. What does it say? Now try to draw. Straw man. Oh, drink from the gourd to heal. Okay, so that was you were supposed to. Okay, so that's just the basics. All right, the rest of you learn as you go. I probably, yeah, I have to talk to him inside. I know what developers try to do, right? Like, obviously, they try to set like a, hey, here's what the game's going to be about, and here's the story, and let's give us all this stuff. But I don't know, story, and then, like, then you can start playing like 10 minutes later, because you would read this if you weren't doing what I'm doing, where it's kind of showing the game. You would read through this. You would want to know what the hell's going on. You'd be a little bit more interested in it. Not that I'm not interested, but you'd be a little bit more like into the game to try to figure it out if you know you're not going to be just testing it and seeing what it does. But this is a lot of story for a game that kicks off and it's like supposed to be like Legend of Zelda, right? Or like that type of design, because if you look at like Legend of Zelda Link to the Past, it's very quick to get you in, get you playing, get you trying things. It was like rapid pace. And I don't know what makes one developer think like, man, I've got to tell all the story up front. And I got to tell you all of why you're here. And then let you start playing. You think that you could do kind of a little bit of less of that, but tell it through the gameplay itself, which has been kind of the way games have been developed for a while. Yes. Okay, cool. Let's just try to get back to this one area where we were. Oh, we do have our dash here. Just keep using it. I think we went up this way and then we jumped off over here. Oh, probably have to meditate a little bit. Yep, there he is. Oh, really? Okay, yeah, we'll go this way. Oh, still doing it. Better. You got a very short sword. There we go. Oh, that timing. Ah. That timing. But it's still 60 frames per second, so same thing. So we already saw a little bit further into it, so I don't think we need to go on this way. There's no issues. There's no fluctuation. The game is pretty simple in that way, and it's like $9.99, so not bad. Came out about 2 months ago, something like that. Let's take a look at that Seth. I want to see this game. So on the Legion Go, this one had the memory. I think it's a memory leak. And it's like overloading and it just crashes after a few minutes. Let's see if it does it on Steam. On like the Steam Deck itself. Now both devices again are running Steam OS, so you would expect it not to have that issue, but There are some differences, obviously, between the hardware. Lots of differences, but I was just seeing what if games are going up for sale this weekend. Kind of thinking that people would be excited to get things going. Now the Steam Summer Sale is coming up, so um, that'll probably happen like late third week in June to the first week in July. And that usually is when everybody puts their games on sale. But there's a strategy around putting your games on sale ahead of time, so you're not fighting against everybody that's putting their games on sale during the summer game sale. And this would be a good weekend to do that. So I kind of thought there would be more sales happening with more people interested in gaming in general. Okay. Settings wise, video mode, windowed. It does play at 800p, but 720 is what you're going to be playing. See, it just crashed there. So it is doing something weird. This is the exact same thing I had on the Legion Go. So give me 1 second to see if we can adjust this down. I'm going to go to 7 because I've tried everything else on the other one. Where is it? There it is. Let's see what it does now. I tried Hotfix. I tried Proton Experimental. I tried like 8.5, 9, 8. I didn't try 7. Let's just see what that does. I also need to adjust my camera a little bit. There we go. You always have to make some adjustment when you're playing around with the multiple cameras and moving the desk up and down. So essentially, this thing crashes about like a minute and a half into the game. No matter where you're at, you could be playing and it'll crash a minute and a half. Previously, now I don't know if it'll do it now on this different Proton, but so you can kind of go in and see 720p without dynamic resolution, vertical scaling width. Let's take that off without. Let's do frame rate limit, no limit. Motion blur is off. Okay, cool. So let's just load in. It might have crashed again. Nope. Well, maybe we found it. Maybe it is like Proton 7. Oh, gotta do the tutorial. So LB to dash, RB to cast, R3 to use melee skill. I think they're going to get sued by Iron Maiden. Looks like they're trying to play like Eddie. Let's go with this. Yeah, it's not crashing. So it should have crashed already. I am noticing, though, the frame rates do dip here and there. Nope, still can't get out. What's it say? While holding LT, target an enemy and pull him towards you. Okay. Like a ghoul, though. Do we have anybody over on Twitch watching? I know Benevolent Beetle was, but they may have gone already. I do have that game, Micro Stream RPG, that I could turn on if you guys want to play around with it. That you can do from chat. Okay, was that it? Or do I have to try these ones? Kill Metasaur with melee to gain more shield. Okay. Okay. Open the door to Necropolis. There we go. Yeah, that micro RPG is kind of fun. It's like lurk bait. I'll fire it up here. Well, can I? Pretty sure. I have to put Steam in offline mode. Okay, yeah, definitely boomer shooter style. Plus, you get these. I think as you get to it, you get like the enhancements, right? The buffs and stuff. Flaming Tear, Fiery Counter. Do that one. I guess it's more like Returnal is what it feels like. Returnal and Portal, maybe. Look at that. That's kind of cool. I miss Portal. Portal's so fun. Okay. Okay, there's that. Where are we going to? Oh. Yeah, see there it's like 44 frames per second. Okay. Oh. Ah, died. Alright, did that go offline? I think it did. No, it did. Yeah, let me throw up okay, so that's running fine on air. I want to see, well, but it's dropping a little bit. Now that could also be like they haven't optimized because obviously the game's not going to run 100% of the time. There's nothing else that I can change. You could go dynamic resolution. And maybe that would make some adjustments as we play. So let's just see how quickly that's going to kick in. Okay, let me find that one game. Where'd you go? There it is, Micro Stream RPG. Okay, it should be running. So if you want to try it out, just type !RPG in chat on Twitch. And it should fire up for you. Oh, I gotta go collect this. Solar Enchantment. Yeah, still kind of doing the same thing. Roughly when you get it close in on an enemy, it's like dropping into the 40 range. So I think what we probably want to do is see what it's going to do. It's whenever I fire the gun, I think it drops the frame rate. It's going to happen quite often, so. Oh, oh. This way. Yeah, 60, 40. There it is. There's the 40. Okay, yeah. So whenever you're firing your gun, I think, and you get more than one, like, whenever you've got combat going on, you've got more than one enemy, and you can dip below the 40s just barely, but it does have that. But it's not optimized, so we got to remember that. If we jump in here and we go to the Legion Go now, let's try it with that. Let's try it with that setting of Proton 7 and see if it won't crash. That's what it was doing beforehand, so I gotta turn the controller back on. There we go. Gonna wake up. Sometimes you wonder what it's doing. Let me see what this says. Yeah, give me 1 second. Sorry, folks. Uh, Master key. Somebody left their keys at home. This is kind of the new thing that I've got to do is kind of do this stuff as well. It's not even letting me get out of. That's weird. Um, it's like locked up. Yeah. I think the Legion is it Steam Deck or is it? There we go. No, it's not locked up. What am I thinking? No, it may be locked up. Hold on. Yeah, we don't want that. We just want the Legion Go. Everything else is hidden. Okay, there it goes. Now it's running, I think. Maybe. It's like in this weird state where it's kind of running, but it's not. It's not like taking commands. It's taking certain commands, like the B button's not working. And it's like the controller is all over the place. Okay, hold on. Let me do this. I think it's just, it woke up in a weird way. So I'm going to restart these controllers really fast. It like connected and I might have been holding a button or something like that. Nope. No, it's doing something strange. I'm just going to restart it again. Haven't had this problem too much before. Okay, I'm going to do like a full restart. Yeah, see, I can't even choose to restart. Let me just shut it all the way down. It'll do it. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's wait for it to come right back up. Apologize. It's like this sometimes. All right. Let's see. So they need a key for Renton one. Cabinet of the sink thing. There we go. All right, cool. Yeah, that was weird. I don't know. Let's see if the controllers now connect correctly. I think it was just in a weird state. That's all that was. It didn't exit out of the game that we were previously in, that Katana Dragon. And then when it did, it was in this weird thing. So just to show you, I'm going to run this. We're going to turn off compatibility. Even if you ran an experimental, it would do the same thing. And then we're going to try it with that number, with that 7 again. And if Proton 7 runs it correctly, then we'll at least know that, like, the game does run. But this one should crash about it on, like anything else, like Proton 8, 9, experimental or hotfix. It should crash at about 1 to 2 minutes. So we'll give it a try again just to make sure. Now this is higher. You do have more power in the hardware, and it's running full 35 watts. So you would think, like, if anything's going to happen, it's not going to happen when it's in this mode, but it's even in 720p. But I'm going to actually bump this. Can I bump this up to... Yeah, see, it just crashed. See how fast that was? We'll go in and do it again, but it should crash again. I think that's some kind of issue with it, like on related to the game itself on this version of Proton. I can't even get to do. It must be what I'm capturing it at. It might be at 720. It's possible. So we're gonna do without. Yeah, see, it just crashed again. So it just crashes right out. So if we go in and we change it to Proton 7, this is what fixed the Steam Deck from doing that. So let's see if that's the case for this one. It happens. I mean, again, they're not building specifically for these, but hopefully in the future they will be. I'm really banking on Nintendo Switch 2, like, expanding Steam's developer support for the Steam Deck. Although you'd think they're there. They are there once the game launches, but like pre-launch, you know, people actually putting effort in to make sure that the game runs on Steam Deck and all that. That barely happens ahead of a game launch. All right. We're not going to change any settings, but yeah, we'll leave it the way it is. Let's just load in and see if it just keeps playing. Now this one, like I said, does have more power. We are playing on a far lower resolution. So we're playing at like basically 720p. I would have to imagine this is going to be stuck at 60 no matter what, no matter how many enemies are in front of us or anything like that. I'm just going to take whatever. Yeah, it didn't even fluctuate at all. So that's where the extra power comes into play. I mean, obviously that's why I think the Legion Go is a little bit better than a Steam Deck. I mean, it's still not that it's keeping it to where it won't fluctuate at all, but it's keeping it at like 57, 58 instead of 40, 38, right? Doesn't help me that I'm not killing that thing. I did see it drop to 50. There's 47. The only downside to the Legion Go versus the Steam Deck OLED is the OLED screen and the battery life. The battery life is much better on the Steam Deck OLED. But if you can't play the game the way you want to play it, or at least, you know, where you're willing to compromise with frame rates, it doesn't mean much. But that OLED screen is really nice. That's why I can't wait until the Legion Go 2 has an OLED. And that's why I'm not that excited about the Switch Deck or the Switch 2 not having an OLED screen, because they're just going to make you pay for it down the road, which kind of sucks. Okay, let's go with that one. do a little bit more in here. Few frames. Oh, there's the portals. So it's like a random RNG. Like no, I mean, that's kind of like Eternal, or Returnal. There's no specific map, right? Like you have like specific things that you should be on the lookout, but man, the thing killed me, Philip. So that's what it reminds me of. It's like a boomer shooter, but it reminds me of Returnal. In the way that they're running the game. Can I choose anything else? I can't. So yeah, you go in. This is always the same. There's a different buff here and there, but then you get your RNG roll. Looks like it's a jump point. I'm just gonna kind of go up here and try to go. Oops, I'm stuck in the wall. Nope. I can't get through there until I beat all the enemies. There we go. Come on. There we go. Do we unlock it? Did it say go up here? Oh, maybe that's what the jump is now for. It's just a little. Oh, well, you gotta take this. Okay. It's just a little bump up over the hill. Okay, there we go. Open that one. I like the bass in the background. That's all we got. Yeah, I mean, it's not an insult, but it's like the poor man's Returnal, right? That's what it feels like. Okay, cool. Let's jump out of here. And then Seth is how I would say it. Chaotic Games is the dev, and what's the price they're running? It's not. It's coming soon. Okay, cool. So they do have time to fix that that little weird issue of why compatibility is needed, like to be Proton 7 instead of like the current versions. But yeah, what do they have it listed under as? Defeat enemies, gain XP, beat bosses, micro. Oh, that's the damn RPG thing running its own little campaign. Action roguelike, FPS. Yeah. It feels like a boomer shooter in one way, but it's definitely like Returnal. Yeah. Okay, cool. No price on it yet. Let's see. What's the next one? Let's take a look at... I'm curious about the Surviving Light. Or Striving for Light. Because they had Striving for Light, but Survivor. So it was like a Survivor game. Like Vampire Survivors or something of that nature. Here, I'm going to type RPG. This is what that looks like. Let me see if I can get it to fire off. I don't even know where my character is, what level. Is it going to do it? Nope.
The world as we knew it was shattered.
Oh, wrong one.
The Eodra tempted mankind with unimaginable wealth and
There we
formed
go.
alliances to forever destroy the monumental light.
Hey, there it is.
The light, holding a greater plan, accepted mankind's
This is temp 7?
across the world.
I haven't ran it too much.
Elemental light was extinguished, fracturing into
I'm going to turn that
countless
down a little bit.
fragments that scattered into the darkness. The era of light was over,
Where's Micro RPG at?
and an era of darkness began. Wanderers moved out to
Oh, I have the
strive
volume
for
off. You can't
fragments,
even hear it.
but most became corrupted, offering the fragments to the fallen Eodra. The light will recombine, giving mankind an ultimatum. On which side of the line will we stand in the final
Yeah, there's a little bit. It's showing it. It's a little bit loud here and there. Mikali, welcome. Okay, do you want to create an online save file? Yeah, sure. Are you a Twitch streamer or YouTube creator? In a public league to compete with all players around the world in global leaderboard. I don't think we need that right now. Do we want to do it? Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's just go ahead. Oh. There's no back. Here we go. We'll just do the Twitch one. Did my guy die already? He must have. Okay, and then we'll do the same name up here, except we'll make it proper. There's no back X button on this one. This is the proper logo name. Oh, it changed it down on the Twitch one too. I don't know. We'll see what that does. 720. So we are in the Legion Go right now, but it's only capturing it's like 720. That's why you see it at that resolution. So this is Legion Go with SteamOS running on it. Let's see. Frame rate limit. Yeah, we're good. There's not really a lot of options. So let's just see what this is. We'll go with the baseline character build. Okay, so they just basically took their existing way to play and they've changed it up a little bit. Oh, that's an Endurance gem. It says attack, but that's not what it means. Change weapons. It's got that and that. Okay. Yeah, this is like the Survivor mechanic, but we're playing it more like a action roguelike now. So it's more like a Souls-like. So open tree, so select button will open tree. Let's get some power. There we go, max health. Actually, using the D-pad here is much easier. Then you even have your own character stuff, so you can make them stronger. Okay, cool. Yeah, where it was more like a Vampire Survivor where enemies were just coming left and right. Now it's, you know, you get into a room, you fight the ones that are in that room, you upgrade, and it's basically continue on that way. I was wondering what they changed differently in this game. It's kind of the same, kind of different. It's just packaged differently and is a way. I mean, obviously some mechanics are different, but I mean, like, okay, cool. Got that. Ooh. Just bit right into me and blood went everywhere. More gear. I'm sure that this is the who's this guy?
You returned.
Oh, it's voiced.
Thank you for helping us to protect the fragments
Like
from
that.
the fallen Aodra. However, these creatures are harmless compared to the corrupted monstrosities out there. This portal stone will bring you directly to Anchoreth. I will await you there.
Okay. There we go. So funny, you can see like down through. It's got the parallax scrolling, but underneath. We hit the animals? Nope. We talk to that dog? Nope. I guess go to the center of town. There's just a guy probably doing smithing. I mean, it's kind of cool, like the lighting and the shadows. And it's an interesting way to like expand upon like what you've already got, right? Where you had a survivors type game. You wanted to change it up a little bit. I don't know, what's the price on this one? Striving for light. So, Striving for Light Survival, the survival game, is $4.99. And that's been out for a while. I guess maybe last year, 2023, December 2nd, 2023. So this one, though, where it's more like an RPG, action RPG, it's $17.99. It just came out. It actually came out beforehand, but it's still been in early access. So they're must be trying to get this out there for an upcoming release. Yeah. So you get to use the same assets, but make two different games. Fair enough. And it runs fine. It's running 60 on here. I don't think it's going to be any different on the Steam Deck. So we can take a look at something different. Yeah. Interesting game. You know, I think I like the Survivor one better. And I played that. So I think I like that one more than that one. More than the baseline game. Let's see. So what do we do? 1, 2, 3, 4. We could take a look at... Probably look at that one. Where was it? Dragon is Dead. Yeah. Let's take a look at this. Now this one comes out today, and this is from Team Sunlight and PM Studios. $17.99. Now this is a action RPG, action like roguelike. It is a side-scrolling one, very similar to. I mean, it would play similar to like Blasphemous. I don't know if it would have the same like look and feel and game design, but I mean, like, kind of plays like that. There's a couple other ones that I could give you. That one from Adult Swim. Oh, that's just slipping my mind right when I said it. It's an Adult Swim game. It is, unless their thing ran out, it could have run out with them. It might actually be available under a different publisher now. It is. It must be because I don't see it here. What was it called? It was an interesting, like, kind of side-scrolling action RPG. And it's probably going to take me forever because there's about 10,000 of these on here. I'm not going to waste our time on it. But let's take a look at this one. Brand new. And the dev sent it over for us to take a look at. So we'll run this on the Legion Go, running SteamOS right now, but then we'll throw it on the Steam Deck. What was that company? Or the developer of that? Oh, it's already started. Let's see. I don't think we're going to have to change much, but we'll take a look at the options. Video-wise, yeah, I mean, pretty straightforward. Let's go ahead and take our existing character that we were looking at. There we go. Kind of like a Metroidvania, right? In that sense. It feels very much like that. Lots of nice story. I think the successors are when you die and you come back. There we go. So you have your attack, you have your jump, you have like a dash. Oh. Sanctuary where the Draken's memory forgotten. Oh, I have to do something here. Just go the opposite direction. Oh, I did get. Let me check real fast. Sorry. While I interrupt this, taking a look at this game. I think I have an extra key that was sent over from the dev to do a giveaway. Not for this game, but for. Second, I think it was for the dragon katana or katana dragon. I think I do. Let me look. That was from Tuesday, I think. Yeah, I do. So Ruben Garcia, the CEO over at Sonoa Games, gave us an extra key to give away. So let's do this. Let's set it up and see if we can't do the giveaway by the end. How would we be best to do that? So everybody should have watched long enough. We'll just do it through. We'll just do it through our normal one. Through Streamlabs. Give me 1 minute to set it up, and then we'll continue taking a look here at this one. Find all my sign-in info. Almost there. So many sign-ins. Okay, CloudBot. There we go. All right, we're gonna do a giveaway. Giveaway custom. So this will be a Katana Dragon Steam key. Right. And everybody's more than welcome to enter. We'll run this for 60, is that 60 seconds or 60 minutes? In minutes. We'll run this for 60 minutes and then I'll let everybody know as we go through. Key for Katana Dragon on Steam. You must be following to win, and the ticket cost will be 10 tickets. So everybody should have tickets that's been watching for at least like 5 minutes, something like that. And I will allow you to have up to 100 tickets. So it's up to you, however many you want to put in. So you can always check the balance on the thing. Okay, so that's created. And that's live. So there we go. Let me just make sure it goes across YouTube and Kick and everything. So everybody can participate now. So YouTube, Kick, and Twitch all should be able to participate. So you just have to type !raffle and then choose how many tickets you want to enter. So you can do, if you've only got 10 points, you can do 1 ticket. If you've got 10,000 points, you can do 100 tickets. So go ahead and just type !raffle to enter, and that'll be for the Katana Dragon Steam key that we looked at earlier. But right now we're taking a look at, what one are we looking at? My goodness. Dragon is Dead. Different game. So this is, it's that melancholy like guitar and music and stuff. We're in town though right now. We don't even have any gear or anything. There's the blacksmith, merchants. Okay, I think it wants us to go see the merchant then. We're running at about 60 frames, so there's no issue there on this one. At least for the Legion Go, that one runs fine. Okay, we talked to the merchant. Now we get out of town. Can we? Probably it's like one different way each way. Nope, we got to go back this way. Nope, nothing there. So here we go. So yeah, let's just go to the forest. Oh, you know what? I got a mod Streamlabs and Kick. That's why it's not doing it. It got Kick like finally turned around, but Kick is still kind of nutty over there. Let's see, where's my chat? Mod. Yes. Streamlabs was not found. Really? Slash mod. Doesn't like that. It says no, it's not found. That would be weird. Open mod dashboard. Let's see if it says the mods. Mod actions. Yeah, it's so weird sometimes. I don't know. Can we enter? Full. I'm just curious. 1. I just wanted to see if it would open up there. Now, let me see. No, it doesn't seem like it's sitting in there. Well, unfortunately, it looks like kick may not be. The kick mod is not working. Yeah, it can't support the giveaway. It doesn't have that as the options. So I apologize to the kick viewers. You're not able to enter these just yet. They've gotten it so close though. There's like everything except the giveaway, which I can't understand why the giveaway isn't done because the giveaway is super simple. Everything else though is working. Majority of stuff. So I do apologize. It doesn't work on Kick. It's only Twitch and YouTube. So if you want to enter, just if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, just type !raffle and then the amount of entries you'd like. You can check your points. How is it you can check your loyalty points? If you type, I think it's !points. And based upon what I can see, everybody's got points. But if you type !points, it'll tell you exactly how many points you have. So each ticket is 10 points. So one ticket, 10. Oh, it's funny. It does both. You have 55 points over on, or 55 factor. That's what they're called. Points factor, whatever. So that's how many I have. I don't watch that much on YouTube, I guess. Of my own damn shows. Okay, there we go. So now, under Dragon is dead. We're getting some combat in. And again, it's an action roguelike, very similar to a Metroidvania, right, in that way. Or Diablo, right? It kind of looks a little bit Diablo-esque in terms of your health and your magic. Can I get up there? Let's double jump. Oh. That's our dodge. And then we do have press up. You can take your health just like in Diablo. But it's a side scroller. There are upgrades. You can kit out your character however you'd like. Do your skill point trees. I think I hit the wrong button. No skill. There we go. Put your elementals. We'll do fire. That's all I had. There we go. Now we've got a fire sword. Nope, that's as far as we can go. Something is back here to kill. Ah, it can shoot through anything. Get your rewards. So that must have been the enemy that we had to take down for the stage. Okay, let's see. Can we jump down? Yes. We can go deeper into it. There we go. This is what I was looking for. Ah, we don't have the thing. Don't have enough for that. Okay, we'll run back this way. And I think we have to reset the area, maybe. Oh, actually, we could probably fast travel and go back and do some upgrades. Let's continue. Let me see if I can find it. Runes, gear, artifacts. Excuse me. I don't have a key, though. I thought I needed one. Let me go down. Wait, maybe it was here. There we go. You need a ruby key. That's what I thought. I didn't get a ruby key. Oh, maybe it's over on that side. There it is. The ruby key is one that you need for other stuff. Azure Flame, Plague Bronzer, or the Hunter's Feather. How about that? Okay, next area. But yeah, I mean, you can see, I mean, there's no issues with this game running on any of these devices. Enemies can be all over. It's a brand new one, just came out today. Dragon is dead. We can probably save here. If we want to see it run on the Steam Deck as well. This is the Legion Go running Steam OS. Dragon is dead. Let's switch over a little bit. We'll quickly go through it on there too. So this is the Steam Deck. There's Dragon is dead. And we'll give it a shot. And again, we have a giveaway running. One of the devs we showed a game for earlier, Katana Dragon, gave an extra key for giveaway. So if you want to enter, it's a Steam key, and it'll be for the game. All you have to do is type !raffle in chat, and then you can just put in how many tickets you want. One ticket is 10 points. The points you just gain by watching the channel. Everybody should have 10 points by watching at least 1 minute of the channel. So, and you must be following. Willie Christopher, welcome. What game is this? This is Dragon is Dead. It just came out today. It's from PM Studios, and it's kind of like a Metroidvania. I'm just showing it. It was showing it running on Legion Go with Steam OS. Now we'll take a look at it running on a Steam Deck running Steam OS, obviously. And should start in the same area that we left off in. Very much like a Blasphemous in a way, if you've ever played that game. Not as depressing, but still not a ray of sunshine either. You know what I mean? Very much like a Castlevania, Metroidvania style. Oh. You do have your like Diablo-esque like health that you can build up and take, or you know, Diablo, Dark Souls, whatever you want. Oh, there is no like ducking. It feels like there should be a ducking. Like you can duck down, but there isn't. You can't do like the dodge. There we go. I think we probably need to go back the other way. I think there's guys to kill. It seems like you have to kill everything on that one floor, and then you go back. You go to the next stage or whatever. Not floor, but stage. Let's see. Boy, those archers and their angle that they can fire at, that's annoying as hell. There we go. Ah! Just when you think you're safe because you're on a different level of a plane. Okay. Should be a big chest at the end that we can upgrade. Yep. Reward chest, soul gem, or currency. We'll do soul gem. Okay, now we should be able to get out of this area. There we go. Are we back at the camp? Well, it looks like some kind of camp. Sicko, who are you? I don't think you're with the Black Falcons. You're not a member of the Guard. Was the order sent to you? The successor. Well, it's about time. This town is more than just a few demons running amok. There were rumors that all successors were Drakons, but this also isn't the case. So, what are you looking for? Do you want something of my cooking, or... Of course, it smells incredible, doesn't it? Don't mistake it for something the stupid giant could make. These are my own recipes. If you're on my client list, you'll eat as much food as you want for a gold coin. My food is only for my customers. If you're starving, you can beg the giant for some leftovers. It's better for your health if you don't know where the food comes from. Nice. Okay, he's got a long dialogue. Okay, there we go. Oh, the giant's over here. So you can pay him a gold and get all the food you want. The Brucken. Successor, I've heard from Sicko. The last trip must have been difficult with no source of artifacts. I know that the successors are not only reliant on their own abilities, but also how they use their artifacts. And since the artifacts lose their power after death, you'll need more. What? You don't seem to know much about artifacts, do you? You're a successor, right? The use and care of artifacts are both essential and natural for successors. Brucken studies the silent successor's face, hesitating for a moment before clearing his throat and continuing. What were you thinking, fighting demons all this time? Well, I apologize if my pretenses of knowledge of successors was unfair. I didn't mean to worry you. Let's skip the complicated story about why, and I'm not misunderstood much. Brucken, it shows an unidentified artifacts received from Andes. He strokes his chin thoughtfully and examines the artifacts. What is this? It's an artifact that is yet to be revealed. Where did you get it? I doubt the successor, who knows little about artifacts, would have the ability to find something like this. It would take a dwarven rune speaker from the north, or a Draken from the with good sensitivity to find it. The successor explains their impression of Andes to Brucken. Draken. The previous generation successors, I do recognize one familiar face. Give it to me. It might be worth studying. In exchange, I'll let you buy the artifacts I'll show you. Examine it carefully. Don't get too close. Just look at it. If you touch it, you'll have to buy it. Okay, so different artifacts. Do I have any gold? I do. How about this one? Okay. The corpse is tightly bound with red threads, and traces of insects gnawing away at the flesh are visible here and there, but an eerie, familiar energy flows from within. I guess it could be just like blasphemous. Let's just see where this goes. Seems like we're right around 60 FPS constantly. Doesn't seem like it's dropped down. Get through some of this. I mean, we're not going to take too much more of a look because it was just a quick look. These are just all characters that we're meeting in different camps. We just go from one to the next to the next. Lots of story, lots of story. It's filled with story. And it's, I mean, it seemed pretty interesting from what I was playing around with it. Okay, go to the Withering Forest. Spirits. Withered Forest of Spirits. I may have to go get some coffee, so I will be right back here. Once we get done with this, I'll take a break and then I'll just go grab that, take 2 minutes, and then we'll come back and do some more. Spirit Tree. Those are going to no longer be called spirits. This is like, what's the guy in Fallout that ends up being a tree? These are all the stuff we can take. Go to the next area. Then we get into fights. Let's see. There we go. Oh, straight down. I gotta get the hell out of there. Oh. I still haven't been able to fill up my vial of health. No potions available. I thought you kept getting it as you played. There we go. I couldn't even hit him. Okay, let's get rid of maybe these guys up here. Can I jump up there? No luck jumping there. Ah, I was trying to dodge through. The light refuses you to enter the eternal rest. Your levels and XP have been reset, so then you start all the way back over again. So it's the loop. Okay, cool. Yeah, it ran just fine. No issues on that one. So let me do this. I'm going to jump off. I'll play some music just for a minute. I'm not going to jump off, but I'll take a break. I'm just going to grab some coffee, and I'm going to check the mail here that may have been delivered, and then we will jump right back into it. So let me throw some music on. Oh no, what are we going to have? How about this? This is nice and calming after that. Maybe a little loud. Is that going to be enough? Where's the music coming from? That's not really calming. There we go. That's not really calming either. Play some Oblivion soundtrack. All right. I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. And we got some stuff that showed up, so we might as well take a look at it. Let me see. I'm going to have to get this set up. But we will take a look at it live since we've looked at the games. I mean, we can still look at a few of the games, and the giveaway is still running. If anybody wants to enter it, it's just !raffle. We'll go with this one. And just enter like one for one entry, or if you've got enough points, you can enter for 100 entries. So it's up to you. But yes, the Switch 2 finally showed up. So we might as well take a look at it. And I was going to see if we could do it this way, since we got time. I'm surprised that it showed up today. I wasn't expecting it until like Monday. But they must have shipped it out overnight, I guess. Something crazy. Oh, there goes the RPG promoting itself again. I'm surprised the RPG hasn't taken off and like people trying it, because lurkbait, everybody liked lurkbait. So maybe lurkbait was just a better solution. So Epoch is what we need. Epoch Cam Pro. Let's see if we can. It's going to be a little messy because I had to move some stuff. Let's see if we can swap that around. So it would be this one, I think. Nope, not that one. This one. Yeah, no, we're gonna have to get rid of some of this stuff too. I think what happened was I had a scene set up for it, and it kind of got screwed up. There's me. Let me see. Video capture. What's that capturing? Virtual camera. And that's what's not capturing. Give me 1 minute to get this figured out. I'm going to flip it back over to this one so we can see something on screen. Okay. Fire it up now. Okay, let's see. There we go. There we go. Now I'm going to have to move this around. Bring that microphone up this way. We'll see if the desk will come up. Yeah, I'm going to switch this over. And let me make the scene for us since we've got this working. Let's see. We actually need this scene. There we go. Look at that. Now, we don't need all these controllers. There we go. There's the switch too. I think it's a little zoomed in, so let me see if I can zoom that out a little bit. I know most people have already shown this off. If you're interested, you're interested. If not, I understand. But we'll do some comparison stuff. We'll take a look. I mean, that's what this channel is more about. Let's see. Is that straight as can be? Kind of. That's kind of straight. Now, let me see if I can bring my cam up front and make me smaller. Whoop. God, this thing is so like jumpy every once in a while. Come on. I want to move it. I want to move the one in the background. I just want to move this one right here. There we go. A little bit off a quarter. Okay, cool. So yeah, this is what I ordered. I had to buy a batch of shit, essentially. And that ended up being 3 games. And it also ended up being the Switch without the Mario Kart. So I ended up having to buy the Mario Kart separate, and the Switch itself is just the Switch 2. And then we got Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, the versions for Switch. So they were kind of selling everything, and I'm really surprised that companies weren't a little bit crappier and sold like the Nintendo Switch versions of the Zelda games and then made you buy like the online kind of stuff. So, and sold it that way. That would have really been crappy of them. So let's see. I think this is, wow, that's just the Switch. That's all we got. So give me a sec. Let me move this out of the way. Hide my OxyClean box of shame that I got the wrong thing at Costco. I'm going to turn that music down a little bit. So yeah, there's that. What do we get in this bag? Feels like there's 2 games, so maybe a third game is missing. Might be. Let's get rid of that. What do we get? We got Tears of the Kingdom and Mario Kart. So we're missing Breath of the Wild, which is fine. I mean, we'll get it, I'm sure. But it's kind of weird that like Breath of the Wild is the one when Tears of the Kingdom is the newer release, but they're all new releases now. So that's the 2 right there. I was just trying to see what they actually said. I hadn't seen any of these in the store yet. So they do support the Amiibo, improved graphical experience. Plus you have the mobile phone stuff that you can get by using the app. And then for this one, I mean, pretty much standard fare. You get like you can buy a plastic wheel and you can go ahead and play it that way. But it'll be interesting to take a look at. Now I do have my original Switch here sitting still, so we can even do a comparison on that. But let's just take a look. There we go. Can we do that? Yeah, we can kind of do it. I don't want it to hit the screen. So these are the new Switch. Those are bigger. Okay, let's do this. As we take things apart, let's get an idea here. Check out some different things. So that is your original Switch. And that's your new one, right about there. So they are a little bit bigger. And then in comparison to like the Legion Go, they're about, I don't know, a half-inch shorter. But in terms of width, I mean, this is big grip. This is really thin grip. It definitely feels like, I don't know what they call these. These aren't Hall, are they? They might be. They're not like this type. This is different. This is like a slider almost. It's what it feels like. Feels like an analog stick like this right here. They don't click. Barely. I guess they have some click. These have a lot more. They're about the same. Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, size comparison wise, there's a good 3/4 of an inch difference on those. And your connectors, you still have your buttons. You have extra buttons, I think, right? On these ones. I think you do. Maybe not. Maybe just these two. There's your release button. Let's push it away. Cool. Give me one sec here. I'm going to make some adjustments. The perfect music. Not disappointing at all. Let's go over here and do this. This will give us something to do for 2 hours until the actual like show starts. For the game show or whatever it is. Isn't there a way to fix the stream manager thing? I was just putting in that we're making adjustments. And this one, I wasn't expecting to do this, so we'll see how it goes. Okay, cool. So yeah, we got the left and the right, of course. No difference there, but yeah, there's probably about a 3/4 of an inch difference in terms of length, about a similar width. No different really there, even though it feels like a totally different analog mechanism that you're playing around with. But in terms of like the big Legion Go ones, these are much different, totally different, much heavier or much thicker, very light though in comparison, about the same weight. But yeah, look at the thickness difference in those. It's about right. It's considerable. They're only about a half an inch in length though, difference. Right there. But yeah, these are really light. They feel kind of flimsy, to be honest, in comparison to something like a Nintendo. Even like this one feels more solid than this. This feels like just a lot of space. I would love to see them change it. The Legion Go 2 actually look, the controllers of the Legion Go 2 that they've shown actually look more like this than like this. But I would hate for them to change it too much because I would love to have like the solution like this though still work from the original Legion Go, so you can have, you can plug them in together. This is a beefy controller, but you do get the ability to like play, charge, and it has a battery built into it to charge these. So that is kind of nice. So I would love to see that continue on. All right, what else do we have? This is the Legion, or not the Legion Go, the Switch 2 tablet part. Now it does have a screen protector, from what I understand, built onto it. It's not a glossy one though, or like a matte. It's just glossy because it's actually there to protect some other components of it. It's funny. There's no like screen protector to peel off. You would think there would be, but there's not. It's got a pretty sturdy foot hinge back. So very similar to the new design of the original Switch, right? Can go with that deeper, I don't know, what would that be? That would be 90. It can go to about 140 degrees. No, probably 160, something like that. Hey, Mako, how are you, man? Yeah, I'm surprised it showed up. Did you get yours? You all good? And you guys are all set up playing today? Or yesterday, maybe? So you can do your 90, 45, probably I would guess 160, something like that. And it's got some rigidity to it. Same thing on this. Whoops, almost dropped it. It's got rigidity. Probably the exact same, like 160, 90, 45. And it's tough, to move. Similar hinges to like even the Legion Go. So same idea. If you've never seen the Legion Go, it's a much fatter device in general, but like it has the same design. Not as deep, doesn't go that far, but it'll go 90, 45, probably like probably like 100, 110, something like that in terms of angle. That's as far as it goes though, but much fatter device in comparison. Like we'll just put them like this. Look at that. It's like two Switch 2s here. You waited. Oh, sorry. It just jumped because my promos are going. Waited in line at GameStop for like 3 hours. After you were supposed to get them. Oh, that kind of sucks. But you got it though. Yeah, that kind of sucks though. Hopefully the kids, were they good or were they tired of standing in line or was it just you? Out of curiosity, I'm just going to put these back to back. That's about as thick as the Legion Go, the two combined. A little bit less. A little bit less than that. Legion Go's fat, but not that fat. So here's the screen comparison in terms of size. That's the Switch 2 here, the Legion Go right there. Nice thing about Switch 2 is you do get the 16:9 ratio, so pretty much everything everybody's going to have. Oh, the kids were left at grandma's house. Very nice. And then here's the original Switch sitting on top of all of those. So, yeah. Comparable. We'll turn it on and get a better idea of what the screen looks like. All right, let's get the Legion Go out of here. Where's it going to go? I'll stick all that over there. All right, what else do we got? Here's the controller piece. This is what I was interested in because I really don't mind these. I don't really need a Pro controller. Like that's the original Switch. It's a little dusty. Let me wipe that off on my leg. That's how much it got used. That's a little bit different. Now, neither one can charge. So you had to buy an external one to be able to like plug a USB in. I used to have it, but I think I gave it to a friend of mine. When I gave his daughter, she's like 4, my Switch. So he could have his Switch, she could have her Switch. And then I gave her for her birthday or Christmas one of the Mario Kart, the physical Mario Kart one that's like a remote control car. And he bought one for himself. So they would race him around. And I think I gave her the one that has the USB piece in it. But there was one you could buy aftermarket. It was a Nintendo one and charge on the go, but they didn't include it with the original one. Neither did they on this one. You have to basically still charge these things on the device itself. But let's put them together. Do a size comparison. So there's the original Switch. I've been looking forward to checking these magnets. Yeah, they're just magnetized right in there. Do you have to seat it from the bottom first? I don't think so. No, you can just slap them right in there. So there's that and that. And then I also have the one for the Legion Go, so you can kind of see size-wise. Let's move this box for a second. So there's the Legion Go. Now this piece you have to buy separately as well. It doesn't come with it, but it's from Lenovo. Then you've got the Switch 2 one. So considerable size difference already. And then you've got like the original Switch, which is very similar, right, in comparison. So Between these three, I mean, obviously they do step down in size, but this is the big fat one with that. But you do have your touch screen right there. Your mid-size, which also has like a mouse type feature. This one has a mouse type feature. And then these are just basic, but yeah, much smaller. Like this was a little too small. I like the Joy-Cons as well. I used to use these independently a lot, but on here, this one was a little too small, but I still played it mostly on this when I was playing it docked or whatever. This, although it has sharper edges, definitely fills out the hand better, like makes it thicker. I'm sure there's like third-party ones already that are, out there. But I will say this thing is super comfortable. It looks so square, but this is actually extremely comfortable. And, I'm 6'1", a little bit taller. So, this fits a little bit better in the hand than this by far. This is a little too small. I used to be playing like with the middle part of my thumb, not like here. I think this kind of is in the middle of the road. It gives you enough, and there is some distance between. I don't know. Feels like there's a deeper grip. Maybe that's the big difference. I don't know. But yeah, I think I can work with that. That feels pretty comfortable. But there are some sharper edges. Not that they'd cut you, but like you can just feel it. Like here, even on the trigger, it's sharper versus where this is more rounded on the original Switch. And then these are like analog triggers, so they're very soft to the touch. Like they actually are analog. These are not. They at least I don't think they are. The only thing analog on these devices are going to be these, and the mouse, obviously, the way it connects or the way it controls. But yeah, these still feel like the Switch buttons, which are just the single press. I don't think there's analog to these, so a little bit different. Let's do this. Let's just throw all of these on each other and then see what they look like. How do you get these things off? Or you just pop them out? There's one. We'll just see what they all look like in terms of length and size. So there's the full length for that one. Now, I haven't shown the Steam Deck yet because the Steam Deck is kind of like a little bit different. So that's not too big. I mean, that's not too bad. See what it looks like with compared to the Legion Go, which is going to be funny. Actually, it's not going to be as bad. I thought it would be worse, but it does not look like it's going to be massive difference. So there's the Legion Go. There's the Switch 2, which fills out pretty well against that. And then there's the original Switch. Now, the original Switch versus the Switch Go, or the Legion Go looks like a dwarf, right? Like it's dwarfed by, it's like a sun versus like some planet. Yeah, the Go is beefy, but it's definitely thinner. It's about half the thickness of the Legion Go by far, right? But in terms of size-wise, it's actually a decent size. I thought it was going to be a little bit smaller. But yeah, that's them all compared to each other. It's like a triangle. Now, this is probably more along the lines of like, okay, well, what's it look like in comparison to a Steam Deck? The Steam Deck is wide. It is. The Steam Deck's wider than the Legion Go, if I remember correctly. Is that right? It's a middle ground for sure, yeah. No, I guess it's exactly about the same width. Pretty close, like a little bit shy of it. Much smaller screen, right, in comparison. This is actually, what, 8 inches or 7.9? This is 7, and that's 8.9. But this is Probably a good middle ground, yeah. It's not as big. Feels pretty good in the hand. A little bit slippery. A little bit different than this. This you can't. I mean, the only thing that problem that happens with this most time is like I've actually had it disconnect while I was holding it like this, walking around, and the damn thing hit the ground. But it is a little slippery in comparison to something like this. This actually has grip and texture and a place to hold, right? Just like the Steam Deck does. This has a lot of grip and texture along with like kind of a grasping area. This didn't. I mean, this you can easily carry it like that. You can do the same thing. I'd be a little bit worried. It's a little slippery. But, okay. What else did we get in the box? That's kind of the Legion Go Steam Deck Switch 1, Switch 2 comparison. God, so much stuff. We got a nice little USB-C cable. We got a USB block. Well, this is kind of nice. I like when they don't have the cable attached, so you can use this for your cell phone or whatever. I mean, most phones can use any kind of USB-C, so. There's the dock. Now, obviously much bigger than any of the Steam Deck or Legion Go docks. How do we pop that off? Does it disconnect? Oh, it goes this way. You can just kind of toss that piece. It's not really needed, but USB-C, HDMI, Ethernet, right in there. There's the official Legion Go dock with cobwebs and shit all over it. That has USB-A, two USB-As, a USB-C, the power USB-C, HDMI, Ethernet, and then obviously the pigtail or whatever to connect to it. And the Steam Deck dock, which is a little bit more than any of them, right? In terms of like, you do get DVI or display adapter, display port, HDMI, you get a USB-C for the power, so that's your charger coming in. You get 3 USB-As, and you get your Ether port. So that's like, out of everybody, that's probably the most complex. I don't even know if I can get the Steam, or the other one, the Switch. Now, obviously, this one's fancy because it has the Zelda logo on it, but very similar. USB, HDMI, and Ethernet right there. I wonder if you can just use these. Like, you couldn't just take and it's probably too thick, I would guess. Yeah, it doesn't fit kind of in there at all. But if you wanted to, could you take like a Steam Deck one and just plug it right in the top? Would it work? I bet it would. I wouldn't be surprised. You're surprised how small the box was when they handed it to you? Yeah, it's not really big at all. They did a really good job like fitting it all in there. Let's see here. So if that goes in, yeah, it seats in there good. Just like the Steam or the Switch did too. The Switch sat in its dock pretty well also. Pretty easy just to slap it in there. It didn't take too much. Just kind of move around a little bit left or right and it fits in. These are okay, but this one is not the greatest fit. Even though it's the official one from Legion Go. it has a lot of play in it, which you wouldn't think it would, but I guess they made it to where if you want to use it for the Legion Go S or even like a 2 or something like that, you would have room. But there's a lot of play to it. And it's not the greatest dock. It doesn't remember a lot of stuff. It should have some memory in it, like understanding like settings and stuff like that. And right now it's having some issues. So hopefully they do an update for it. And, you know, for as big as it is, you think they could have included DV or DisplayPort in it, or at least my mini DisplayPort or whatever. That'd have been nice. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's kind of the comparisons to them. Not a real big deal in terms of that. All right, and that's about all that was in that box. Yeah, pretty much it's empty. There was some paperwork and stuff like that, but in the end, yeah, nice small device. You can see my cat's already making use of the box it came in. He's sitting like right there. I don't know. When I point this way, it looks like I'm pointing at him, but I'm pointing here. He's watching everything we're doing right now. I don't know if I can zoom in on that or not, but it's kind of funny. I'll make myself bigger. You can see his head right there. He's he's just like, you don't see me, but I see you. That's what he's thinking. Can we even zoom harder? There he is. Yeah. Yoda. Hey. What else would a cat do but find the box? All right, let me zoom out a little bit. Now he's come over here. He's like, "No, man, you've ruined it." How does the LCD compare to the Steam OLED? We haven't turned it on yet. We're going to do that right now. Fuck who? Give me 1 sec. Okay, cool. Let me get back to where we were. I think I screwed it up. I hope I didn't. There we go. We were just laughing at my cat watching us from the box that it came in. So we haven't even turned it on. Let's see. It might take a second. See, there it is. I don't even know if it'll have a charge. I'm sure it does. They're brand new. So give me a second to let this thing fire up and to do all the work. It should be pretty easy because, you know what? I think I'm going to have to switch scenes because I'll probably need my phone. It should be pretty easy for the setup. Because I have the program and everything on my device. I just need to put in my Wi-Fi and then we'll be able to take a look at it. The screen right now, I mean, I can tell you this, it looks pretty good. It doesn't look washed out at all or anything like that. I was kind of worried after seeing, you know, making the leap to the what is it? The OLED screen on the existing one. It's so nice, and then you hate to go backwards, but I mean, I guess they know what they're doing. They're going to sell you on the upgrade of an OLED Switch 2 down the road. There's no doubt about that. But this screen doesn't actually look too bad. I didn't think the Steam Deck non-OLED looked that bad either, the LCD, but I don't know. Again, when you see, saying that it couldn't find it, re-enter the password. I was trying to set it up on the Wi-Fi. Let me make sure. I had done this. My fat fingering these things. Oop. Okay, cool. That should be it. Let's see if it'll connect now. Now, what is it? It has to do like an update. I think it has to do like an actual update to say it's okay to turn it on. Yeah, the color looks really good on. Like I said, it looks really nice. But let's see it against it. Okay, it's got to do an update. Shouldn't take too long, hopefully. Telling me about the stand. Okay. Do we have to do this stuff? Pull the thing off. Yep, put it on. Pull it off, put it on. Connect to a TV later. Skip. Okay, it's got 4 minutes left. All right, let's do this update. But yeah, I mean, if we let me just hold off before I switch over because I have to probably scan it with my phone, but I'll just set it over here. We'll take a look at that. I mean, if you look at if we look back at the comparison, now this is the OLED switch, obviously. Do I have a thing to clean it a little bit? Now I also have a cracked screen protector on here, so probably won't look as good as it could, I guess. There we go. Okay. And if you put the Switch up against, or the Steam Deck up against the Legion Go, which is just a standard LCD screen, and there's definitely a considerable difference. We're upside down. Let me fix that. Oop, there we go. There we go. And let me turn the lights off. Oop. I mean, you can see like, now you do get this like waviness to it. I don't know what that is necessarily. Like the 90 hertz is kind of too fast or something. Let me see if I can zoom in. Ugh, it's kind of ugly. I was hoping it would zoom back a little bit. Let's go back to the original one. Let's see if we can zoom in. Yeah, so if we go into the menu screen, like where, let's see if we can get it close enough. Although it's bright, and you're going to have this, right, because of the way it sees the light or whatever. Although it's bright, you can still see the outline really noticeable here of the blue, the very dark blue that's around the corners. Up here, it's not as prevalent, right? It gets lighter just because everything gets lighter going down. There's some lightness on this side, depending upon the game that you're actually on. Let me see if I can do the same game. There we go. So yeah, if we look at this, it's kind of lighter, and you don't notice it as dark, but the dark colors, there's a little bit more like noticeable difference, right? You can barely see, even if I shut off the indicator, like up where my logo is, my Steam user logo is right up here. You can definitely not notice the edge as much as you can around this one. And that's really like where the LCD versus OLED starts, is with that. So let's see. We're not going to be able to do a compare, like, what do you call it? Like apples to apples comparison, but let's see. Start system transfer. I'm not going to do. You probably have to do this, right, to be able to play. Okay, give me a sec. I don't have any micro SD cards. Sign in. Okay, this is where I've got to sign in. So give me one sec. I kind of figured that it was going to say like, hey, you got to sign in at some point. And you have to use your... Please sign out. Please sign in. My God. All right, next. Link. Album. Chat. It's like you're buying a Tesla. Come on. Yeah, I just want to sign in. How do I sign in? Oh, now I take a picture of it. Oops. I mean, I'm not complaining about the way they secure these things by any means. This is fine. Which games did I end up getting? I went with both Zeldas. I had to buy a bundle with mine. So I ended up buying the Mario Kart one. I got the Switch 2 without Mario Kart bundled in it. So I had to buy Mario Kart. And then I also had to buy two more games. So I bought both of the Zeldas. So Zelda, what, Tears of the Kingdom and the Breath of the Wild. So the new versions. So the versions that, supposedly support 4K 120, I guess. I don't know what they are. 4K 60? Okay, boom. I think it's ready. I don't know what it's going to transfer or how it's going to work there. Okay, I'm signed in. That's all I really needed. Oh, now you got to move them close together. Okay, hold on. Give me one sec. I got to move so much stuff here. And then we'll flip back over to the other thing after it starts. All right, give me one sec. So switch next to each other. We have to do this. Connect an AC adapter. Like so much stuff. Okay, I think I've got an extra port here. There we go. Okay, bring them close together. Done. Please do the following on the source Nintendo system. Go to Home. Go to Settings, System. Go to System Transfer. Yes, next. Hopefully no bear is carrying one around in the woods. You can keep the compatible software on the Nintendo Switch 2. Okay. It is. At least one user has a mark on their icon. Before starting the system, we recommend that you open the user's page for each affected user. Oh my God. What is this? No, continue. We'll figure that out later. Save data from different games. Oh man, now it wants a battery. God. Systems can be so demanding. Is it going to pretend like it thinks it's got one connected? Nope. Nah. It needs something more substantial. I think this might work. It's using the switch. If it only knew. Okay, there we go. Now it's doing its stuff. Okay, cool. So let me switch this back up here. You want to buy the OLED one, Foku? Foku? Yeah, no, the OLED is really nice. I like it. I think that, and I appreciate you enjoying the channel. It's nice. We're going to do hopefully those same things with the Switch 2 versus like Steam Decks and stuff, because I think it's more comparable. Maybe not for forever, but for a period of time, right? But yeah, the OLED is a really nice looking screen. And, you know, ultimately, I think if you were to say, like, which one did you choose there, I'd always choose the OLED. I think that you will see the Legion Go 2 coming out this year with the OLED screen, which will be maybe even a really tight competitor to the Steam Deck in terms of quality, even though it'll probably be close to $1,000 would be my guess. I think that that'll be a nice thing, but you know, at some point you got to make a decision, and the Steam Deck is great. So I would say, like, you would never go wrong buying a Steam Deck. They're really nice. And for the price, they're really, really solid deals, because you can get them used now. I think even the OLED you can get used for like $350, $400, something like that. Yeah, we'll do more of those videos. They take a little bit of time back and forth constantly, but I think we can do more of those moving forward. So let me find the other camera and see if we can't get it back up on here. There we go. I think it's going to be a little weird. It's like it's going the wrong direction, I think. There we go. Okay, is it going to pick this up if I click back? New scene. Nope. Like, no, man, you can't do that. Give me 1 sec. I think I gotta flip back here and then flip back to here and then restart this one. Kind of went with Oblivion because I didn't think they would nick us on anything or like. Okay, activate. It needs me to close that out again. This can be troubling when you're jumping around using these different programs for this. This Epoch Cam and like their, whatever they call it, the Elgato software to pull in like these cameras that are not connected via wire. It doesn't like it. Okay, let me do this. It doesn't like all the jumping around. That's okay. We're still waiting for the Switch to be done processing data, so. All right, let's see if it'll work now. There we go. Okay, cool. It is working, but we give it just 2 more minutes and it should be done. So I'll just get that set up and it's ready to go. Yeah. Cool. So we're almost done. Actually, let me grab something to drink real fast. Okay, cool. Sorry about that. We should be good now. Okay, everything's getting ready to... Everything, hello, test. Testing, testing 1, 2. Okay, there it goes. Oh no, my microphone was acting all crazy. It was showing that it wasn't doing anything. Do you think the OLED makes a difference with the normal one? Ready to buy, but I don't want to buy just an overpriced. No, it does. I mean, there's a big difference. Battery-wise, it makes a big difference, as well as the screen. Yeah, I would definitely go with an OLED if you were going to go with one. But if you can find it, maybe not used, but if you can find one that's returned to Steam that they're selling for $3.99. I don't even know what the price of the OLED is right now. But if there's like a sale on it, I mean, think about this, Faku. If you're going to buy it brand new, the Steam summer sale is coming up at the end of June. You might as well wait until then because you're going to be able to get the Steam Deck on sale regardless. And it's going to be brand new from Steam directly from Valve. I would probably wait. They're probably going to be offering them, man, I don't even know, 20% off? Something like that? That would be my guess. 10% off would only be, well, I mean, if you're buying what's the highest end one you can get now? I haven't looked at these in a long time. Let me look. A Steam Deck from Valve or Steam. I'm gonna guess is like $3.99 for the OLED, or is that $3.99 for the LCD or LED or whatever? I don't know, LCD, LED. Top sellers usually is Steam Deck. $3.99 gets you. So $3.99 gets you the LCD version. $5.49 is the OLED. So you figure that if they do 10% off, that'll put it around $4.94. I bet they'll do probably close to $100 off of the OLED. So if you can get around $4.49, that's not bad. That's not bad. If you can get one used, they're a tough device. I'll be honest. I wouldn't be worried about buying a used Steam Deck as long as the screen wasn't scratched and there was no dead pixels or anything like that. But otherwise, like you could fix almost everything on them. I've had to replace triggers on ones that I've used, and that was really simple. I think I replaced an analog stick. That was really simple. So, I mean, it's a cost. It's like $20 or whatever, but still really simple to fix. Okay, cool. The system's done. Setup complete. Press the home button. Okay, cool. Now we can look at it. So let me flip this over. Where's the new scene? Here it is. Cool. There we go. I'm going to move this one out for the moment. I think they fell asleep, or it's just a little bit, let's zoom in on that. It's going to help with this. I don't know. Let me zoom in and see if it looks any different. So let's go B, about C, about D. Yeah, that's not too bad. A little bit out of my reach. I'll bring this down a little bit. There we go. Yeah, that's not too bad. What's it look like without these? That camera, I mean, it's using a camera that's really tough. Let's see if I can use the other back part of the camera. Ooh, let's back that out a little bit. No, it's not going to work with that one. That's too macro. If I was to go like this, does it help it? No. Hell, I don't even know what that's for. Maybe it's for something way off in the distance. I don't know. It's like it's like the back camera. There's the wide angle. We don't need that. How about this one? We'll just go with this one. We'll turn the bit rate up. Trying to see if I can get this thing zoomed in any better. There we go. That's about as good as it's going to probably get on there. But I mean, in general, it does look a little bit like the brightness is down. So let's adjust that a little bit. Auto brightness is on. That's why. Actually, I think we might need that. Maybe not. It's really weird. It's playing havoc, and it's probably the outdoor lights. Let me see if I can move this. Makes it hard as hell to see, too. How about turning these back on? I think those lights actually make it the best. I don't know. I'm doing auto brightness, so that's about, it's a little bit blown out. I mean, we're going to have that, especially without like a a screen cover on it or a screen protector that's matte. But let's do this. We'll kind of, let's throw it up against like the OLED screen here, right? Whoops. Something was making noise. So that's the OLED. What's the brightness on this one? It's all the way up. Yeah, this thing's going to blow it out, I think. If I go in and do that all the way up. Yeah, kind of hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. Like, I mean, from my eye, it looks so much better like than this. And I don't know if I can correct anything or not on this. Let's see. Exposure. Let's see if we can get a better. Okay, well, if the brightness is all the way up, that's a little bit better. That exposure right there. ISO. No, that's got to be all the way down. Oh, look at that line that shows up. That's the OLED kind of like cleaning itself or whatever. That's funny. We don't want that. Let's get rid of that. That makes it look horrible. I mean, that's kind of the best that you can get here. I mean, there's differences, right? You can obviously tell like there's a difference from like this white to that. I'm not sure if they're supposed to be the exact same color or not. But a game would tell us more. I just don't have any games that are like two of the same game, I don't think. And I don't think it's going to allow me to play. Is it? Will it let you play this? It'll probably say like, you can't play it on both at the same time. I would have to think. Because at least we'd know like, okay, well, these are close to what they should be. Oh, maybe it will. See if it's like suspending it. It won't allow you to look at it. I was trying to get an idea of like, maybe the store. Maybe the store actually looks the same. Let me see. The red would be good. Yeah. Can we look at the red? No. Unfortunately. In white, it's a different looking store. I mean, there's blacks up there. You can kind of see. I mean, they're pretty close. They're not too far off, right? That looks about right. In terms of like that gray versus that gray, that black versus that black. It's pretty close. Now, there's nothing really we can compare it to. I don't think. Do I have any games that I have on both platforms? I do. It's one it's close to the cousin that we're listening to right now. But I will need to find the game card. Give me 1 minute. Let's see. None of these Zelda games are the same, but I think I do have Skyrim. I do. So I might have to download it. I don't know if it's on the Switch, but that would be the best, is to show like a game that we already can see is the exact same. Let's just see. And we'll first compare it, if we can. I would hope that it wouldn't take long for it to download. Cancel. This one. Install. Might take a minute for it to install. Okay, start software. I think it's going to download it maybe through my network because I think it's on my big PC. Something like that. You're from Argentina? Very nice. It's difficult to buy those, and so you have to buy from resellers. The discounts are the ones that they decide. Thanks for your purchase. It helps with your decision. Oh, okay, I understand what you mean. Yeah. It is a little bit tougher when you're buying in certain countries. It's downloading. So it's downloaded on here, right? We can see it. I'm gonna drop it onto the other switch just to make sure that we don't have to download any files while we're waiting on the. Okay. So. Yeah, you do have to download something. So we'll let it do its download because it's available on anything. And I think this is the exact same version too. But it'll give us like a comparison of something that's across both. And then we'll do some more of these as we go. I want to do Cyberpunk, but I don't have that one. That one's $69. I'm really shocked that they're like, nah, $69 is normal for this game when you can buy it for $29 on sales. I thought they would come in at least in the... Man, I'll be honest. I kind of thought Cyberpunk would be like $39 on Switch 2. Just given the amount of trouble they caused with the release of that thing. I thought they'd be coming in and saying, like, you get everything... Plus, it runs on the Switch 2 at 60 frames per second, which I doubt it does, for $39.99 or something. But they went $69. I mean, hell, I could even see like, okay, well, not $39, make it $10 more. It's $30 cheaper than Mario Kart. That would be reasonable. You have so many copies of Skyrim, Doom, and Resident Evil 4. That's exactly how it ends up. I mean, Doom's at least the one that you can find for like $2. Everything else is like at least $20 or more, right? Like usually Skyrim is never cheaper than $20. I mean, I guess during some of their sales, they've done that. Yeah, I'd like to buy Cyberpunk. Being that I have a reselling business, I don't have a problem like buying it, playing it, doing the videos, and then just selling it through there. Somebody will get it cheaper than what they would get it from like Amazon. Like if I buy it for $69, do all the videos and everything and flip it for $49, I'm sure somebody will buy it. So I don't think it'd be a problem. And I'd probably make enough on the YouTube videos to offset that. And then we get a chance to see, like, because I think that one's going to be telling. Like that already ran really well on the Steam Deck, but it didn't run locked 40 frames per second or locked 60. It ran close to 30. Now, can they get it to run like 30 to 40 frames per second on the Switch 2? Maybe. And I don't know. We'd have to have something that would... You're going to have something that'll capture like what it's outputting. So it has to be done through like... I don't have one of those little cameras that you stick on that'll read the screen refresh rate. So it'd have to be something where we'd stick it in the base and then we'd run it through a capture card to be able to see. So you'd never really be able to capture like the footage here without that like camera that watches the frame rate refresh on the screen. Those are pretty expensive. Who is it? Who are those guys that do that? Digital Foundry. They have that type of equipment where you can just stick it on the screen and you can see what it's actually outputting at refresh. I'm not investing that far into it. It's not that big of a deal. If you can see it when it's plugged in. Now, the only other thing I'd be curious about is plugging this in, do you get anything more out of it? And we'll do that. I'll plug this in right now. One of the HDMIs. Six-foot long desk, but there's not enough room for everything. But yeah, we'll plug that in. I'm going to use the actual charger. Came with it. I don't know. The power block. Man, those are really small numbers. 3 amps, 5 volt, 30 amps, 15. I can't see it. Shit. Can we see it on there with the macro lens? Let's see. Here, I might be able to do this. Let's see if we can focus. There it is. 5 volt, 3 amp, 15 watt, 27 watt, 45 watt, 60 watt. Okay. That's what it is right there. That's your power block output power. To put all this stuff back together too. That's ready to go. I figured if we got an Ethernet cable, we might as well use it. So we've got the Ethernet plugged in. So when we're done doing this kind of visual test, we'll throw it up on the capture card, one of the capture cards. I should actually put it on the 4K capture card and see what we can get out of it. That probably makes more sense, but I got to find out where that thing's plugged in. Well, we've got it plugged into the 4K capture card now, so we'll see what we can get instead of just doing the 1080p capture cards. Music. Can you guys even hear the music? It's probably very low, I would think. It's like loud as hell in my ear. What time is it? 1:07. So we've got about 50 minutes roughly before the 2 p.m. Summer Games Fest starts, which I'm going to stream that. We'll just turn it on and then start watching that. Be a nice full day of streaming. Okay, well, we've got Skyrim on here, which we didn't even have a physical card. We downloaded the thing directly. I think it was on one of my machines. But yeah, this... Here, I can turn that music up a little bit. There we go. But this actually is a physical card, and look at all the time it's still taking for it to download. You can't hear the music. Can you hear it now? Should be coming up a little bit. There we go. Sorry. It's just Oblivion soundtrack in the background. I figured that wouldn't get like struck, so the video would be hidden. Not that this makes a ton of money, trust me. The live streams do not. I'm not worried about it, but I still get kind of perturbed by the them claiming something, right? Let's see. Seven minutes left on that. Well, let's just fire this one up. Now, if you don't know what Skyrim did, or Bethesda did with Skyrim, they actually on the Steam Deck give you a very specific version of the game. So there's no changes that you can make. It's just basically like you get no option to make any adjustments in the graphic settings. So we'll fire that up and then kind of see what it looks like. And I might be able to even plug it in. We can we do comparison? It depends on which cable I've unplugged. We can see. I don't know. Play it anyway. That's fine. We'll see what... we might be able to do even like a comparison with a direct capture. I'm not 100% sure though. Okay, there we go. Now it's starting up. Yeah, you see I nicked my screen protector right there. I got to put a new one on. No, do I have to download it? I didn't really want to. Okay, I don't think I have to. I think I can play. So let's just do this. So you notice that like the launcher wasn't there. So you don't even get a chance to change. There's no settings you can change or anything like that. So very much like Skyrim on the Steam Deck is a very console-like experience. There's nothing you can adjust anymore. Let me just continue from where we're at. Okay, so you can kind of see, I guess I can be on screen, it doesn't really matter. You can kind of see, like, this is just the refresh rate, like making that kind of marks on it. I mean, this is clear as can be, but it is a darker game when it's captured with this silly camera. Let's just see if we can go outside. Let's just find a way out. Oh, we're in jail. Well, no wonder. Can I just wait? I must have been doing something wrong to get thrown into the jail here. Let's just see. I'll just wait it out. We really need to get outside to be able to see the difference here. And I mean, that is, well, I guess ultimately that's another downside of like OLED. If it's a bright day out, even if you have like a matte screen protector on like this, it can be harder to see the OLED a little bit. You really have to crank that brightness all the way up. You were tired. Can I not get out of this jail for crying out loud? Let me take a load. Let me load from another area. It's ridiculous. This will be fine. I don't know how I got stuck into being in jail all day, but I am. There we go. It's not super bright, but it's brighter. So if I sit there and I go in and crank the brightness up on this all the way, that's a little bit better now. You can kind of see the damn thing. There's some nice different colors. Still got that flickering. There's nothing I can do about that. I don't even think you can change it to 60 frames per second. I think that's what it's running at, is 60 frames. I don't think the refresh can fix that. If I like put it to 60. Yeah, it did. Okay, good. Okay. So now it's at 60. The game runs at about 60, so that's what you're going to get. Yeah, we'll do the Summer Game Fest here in about 50 minutes. We'll flip over to that. Fuck who. Yep, for sure. Starting off in the clink. Yeah, exactly, Mako. I don't know what I was up to. Must have been something wrong. Screen size, you can definitely see the difference between that 7 and 7.8 or 7.9. See, like, this is the OLED, and the OLED goes, about as far out as it can, much further than the Steam Deck, the original Steam Deck. The thing's dirty as hell because it's been sitting under here. Let me see if I can clean this. I've had it sitting on my computer, and it's just collected cat dust and snot and everything else from him. Any kind of dirt that comes off that cat gets on this poor Steam Deck LCD. Okay. Man, it's almost done. Let's see, is there a battery on this thing? Probably not. Let me charge it up for a bit. But you can kind of see, like, if I stick these right here, see that black? It's really hard to notice when it's not turned on, but there's this black outer band, right? That's not the screen. It's like right through here on this and down. It's smaller than this one here. This outer band is a little bit more narrow. So this LCD, you get even less screen space than you do on the OLED. And then obviously in comparison, you can see an OLED versus, we're going to go with that. Start software. You can kind of see like where the screen stops from both of these as well. Let me put this. All right. Look at the dust already on that thing. Jeez. Made it worse. Where did all that dust come from? Was that from cleaning the other thing? Had to be. It's everywhere. That is a magnet. My God. I would definitely get a different screen protector than the one they put on there, because that thing's like a dust magnet. Yeah, you get the reflection from the phone, unfortunately. I don't even know if I have a saved game. That looks nice. That's nice and big. We're going to have to like run to get out of here, unfortunately. It's a nice bright screen, I'll tell you that. I had to crank up the... Well, it is daytime versus being in light in the game. I wish I had a different save. I don't think I do. Let's see, do I? I wouldn't think there would be one. Hogan Keep, Skyrim. Okay, well, there's one outside. Let's do that. Let's just kind of go back to the very beginning, and we'll try it on both of these. We'll just do, like... Let me quit to main menu, and we'll just start a new game on both. That'll give us the best, probably. Let's just start a new game. Now, this one is the anniversary edition, but they didn't change anything that I know of. other than adding in mods and some stuff like that. I don't think they really made it look much better. So let's go ahead and start. Oop. Let's just see what that looks like. Oops. So that's a OLED versus the LCD. A little bit behind, probably because of me. And this does have a matte screen on it, by the way, just in case you're wondering. Press A to loot bodies, really. We kind of get that. This screen doesn't look bad. That Switch 2 screen looks pretty nice. It's got a very like tinted blue screen to it. You can't really see it like here, but like from my eyes, like it definitely looks blue. In compared to this one. See if we can take a look at these two guys. Obviously, you see, I can't put the frames per second up there, but it doesn't look like there's any difference. Oh, looking at people's feet. And the brightness is up on both. So 100% as far as I know. Let me just verify that. Yeah, 100% on that one. We're going to be a little bit off now. I'll do the same thing here. So this one, I think it's 100% as well. Yep. I'm going to disconnect that. Yeah, this one's a little bit, I think, behind. I would probably say like the OLED does give you a better representation of actual color. Because it has that infinite contrast in that. So I think that, you know, it's always, an OLED's always going to win out, but this screen looks really nice. Like straight on, it doesn't look as blue as it does when it's laying down. So maybe I'm seeing it a little bit misrepresented, but the screen size is decent. I mean, it definitely goes to like the edge of the Switch 2 goes to the outer edge of like the entire screen of the Steam Deck OLED. You know what I mean? Like, so you've got like a Steam Deck that goes edge to edge, essentially. That's your size. Now, obviously, this is an old game in both scenarios, but the best example we can probably show right now. This one has more grays, though. It does look like a bluish tint gray to it versus, you know, kind of the true color that maybe it should be. The other test would be like take and put Skyrim running on this one. Let me see if I can start that. And we can get an idea. Because it downloaded pretty quickly, so you know, that's what you got. Okay, I started to download on that. We'll do a head-to-head comparison with the Legion Go as well. So it's not like OLED versus LCD. It'll be a LCD versus LCD. Yeah, both screens look really good. I can tell you this: like I'm not as concerned as I was now seeing it play because I'm like, man, they're just doing this so they can sell you the OLED down the road. They may not have to. I don't know. It looks really good. It looks like a nice screen. There are some advantages with OLED that you can't, like even less power consumption and stuff like that. So maybe that's something they want to do. But yeah, I mean, in terms of like a horrible camera looking at it, I don't know if I can get it zoomed in anymore. Let me see if I can zoom in on it some more for us. Or do any other adjustments. So automatic white balance. It's at brightness where it's at. Just trying to see like the truest representation of what I can see. Let's see. Can we zoom in at all? In terms of like the whites around the lettering, there's somewhat of a difference there, right? A little bit brighter white. Like I said, if you look at that, it's a little bit more bluish, like a blue tint comparison. Oop. I'm trying to move this thing around. It's all over the place. I won't do that anymore. That was kind of dumb. Let's get it centered. Okay, cool. Something like that. The only other thing that I would say is let's just zoom all the way out. Oop, looks like I might have lost my connection or the phone died. One of the two. Nope, it just lost connection. Give me a second. I'll see if I can reestablish it. There we go. Let's zoom all the way out then. It doesn't like it when I'm saying zoom out. Come on. It's done listening. It's like, nah. I think, no, it's not killing my, what's happening? Yeah, I'm going to close the app. Maybe that's the issue. It's one of them. Okay, I think it's actually the PC. There we go. There we go. Okay, now we're back. Yeah, and it's zoomed all the way out now. So from all the way out, you don't notice it as much. I think it's really tough to tell. You can see a little bit difference in the sky, but I think that's because of the contrast that you deal with. Well, now it's not because it's back to being bright, but like there's a little bit of difference up in the sky. But not much. I mean, pretty much it's hard to tell the difference, just straight on. They both look really good. But okay, cool. I think we've seen that. If we get the version onto the Legion Go, we'll take a look at that in comparison. And then obviously I'll do more of these comparison videos okay. So let's flip back to this. Okay, so it does support HDR, which is interesting. Will be enhanced. Let's just not do that right now because we don't have it set up for it. Adjust. And this is a 4K capture, so it's not showing you guys that, but it's capturing at 4K. It's actually showing 4K. Okay, the one on the right shouldn't be visible. It's pretty much gone. This is how brightness will look. Okay, that's fine. Let's just see. Okay. Does seem kind of bright, doesn't it? Does it still have HDR on? HDR can be a pain in the ass sometimes, especially with capturing, and especially with the capture system I have set up. Okay, turns on HDR output for compatible software. Okay, good. Off. RGB range, dock output information. So it is putting out at 60 for now, and it says it's outputting HDR. It should not be, though. Let's go full range. It does have 120, but the capture card won't do that, so I'm going to turn that off. HDR output off. Let's see what happens. Okay, now it's off 100%. Yeah, that looks right. When you have the HDR on, it really like it blows things out if it's not. HDR is not connected the whole way down the line, and with the 2 capture cards that I have and the 3 PCs are involved, it's just HDR is an impossible thing to do on here. So now, well, let's give up on Skyrim for a bit. We'll probably run the exact same test when that other one's downloaded, so let's close that out. All right, let's see what else we got. I don't know if it's downloading just games or what other games we have as an option. Bayonetta 3. I never had a ton of games for this thing, so it doesn't surprise me that we don't have a ton. I was trying to think of some that would be like digital that are downloading on their own. I would doubt that any of those downloaded. Metroid Prime. Is there anything? Let me open it up on here. I just want to see if I can tell like what the signals are outputting for us. And I can do that with this PC up here. Okay. Yeah, now I can see it. So, the real-time info would be here. Default. Edit. Okay, now I can see it. Okay. And I'm trying to find where it'll show me like the real-time data. Right here. There we go. Okay, it's seeing it correctly. All right, I'm just curious, like if we go in and just select Skyrim, we'll just fire it up again since it's already in there. Is it going to be outputting at 4K? I mean, I think it would. Yeah, the new menu is interesting. Yeah. Okay, what is it seeing? It is seeing 4K. just go back in. Yes. Funny, they haven't updated that, I guess. I was looking at the bottom of the controller. I'm like, is there actually like wrist strap spots for it? I mean, this game can't be at 4K unless it's upscaling it. It's a 1080p if we're lucky.
Has been an honor, Jarl Ulfric.
Ralof of Riverwood.
Is what it's outputting at. It'd be better to know like what it was putting out. Well, no, it's the same damn thing.
No, I'm not a rebel. You
The signal it's getting is 4K. I just wish you could like verify that a little bit easier. Oh. Did you set all your games up to be like the one where it's like game cards now or key cards? People can borrow them. Mako. Out of curiosity, but yeah, fuck, I like the new menu system. It's a little bit smoother. I think the whole device has a little bit more power, so it's a little bit smoother. Yeah, it's saying that it's outputting there. Dock output information. That's right. Current output, yeah. So it's outputting it at 4K, but it's upscaling it. There's no way it's a 4K. They don't have assets in here for 4K, so it's upscaling to say that it's 4K, and that's the, I guess, the NVIDIA upscaler tech.
Who are you?
I can't even hear the audio. I don't know why. Maybe let me turn the audio of Obsidian or Oblivion down. Let me do that. Maybe I have it too low. Be a Nord, yes. It's fine. Yeah, I hear it now. I don't know if you guys can hear it loud or not. Let me see. Yeah, it looks like it's fine. We're just fine. Wait, why isn't it going forward? Oh, that's right. You got to hit the buttons. Yes. Prisoner. Prisoner 1. No. Can we do prisoner? Yeah.
You picked a bad time to come home to Skyrim, Kinsman. Captain, what should we do? He's not on the list.
Forget the list. He goes to the block.
By your orders.
I mean, it looks like it to me.
I'm sorry. At least you'll die here, in your homeland. Follow
I think it'll be interesting to check the... What do we have? Mario Kart World. Oh, you've been letting the kids borrow them? Gotcha. Solid 30, yeah. I think it's actually... Is it 30 or is it 60? It's showing 60.
Ulfric Stormcloak. Some here in Helgen call you a hero, but a hero doesn't use...
Let's put in Mario Kart just to get an idea.
Usurp his throne. You started this war, plunged Skyrim into chaos, and now the Empire is going to put you down and restore the peace.
What was that?
It's nothing. Carry on.
Cool. I'm going to close this down.
Give them their last rites.
Let's just see what this, like, the 60 game runs at. It's saying it's running at 60 on there, so that's interesting. Okay. Nope. Wrong game. There we go. Oh, of course. Let's just start. Let's see if it'll allow us to just start. We probably can't connect online. The Macho Man one on Skyrim, yeah. I always liked the Thomas the Tank Engine one. That was pretty funny when Thomas would like fly down as the dragon. So this is on my end on a 4K 60 FPS capture device. So it's showing 4K 60 FPS. So we're going to see what we get on it. Sure, it will be. But I'm sure that Skyrim was not 4K. It was upscaling to 4K. Yeah, okay. I even question, is this running at 4K? It's upscaling, if it's doing anything. Yep, I just want to play Mario Kart. Let's just try it. Doesn't matter, 50cc, that's fine. I just want to see it moving. I'm pretty sure it was running 60 on the last one, too. Unless they locked it. They could have locked it. It could have been running 30. It could have been that they're running at 30. Because they could have locked it because of, like, issues with performance on the original Switch. Oh, how do we go? There we go. Yeah, you look at Mario. How do you do the jumps? Can you jump? Oh, you can just hop. That's right. I'm sorry, but for competitive, like, Crash Bandicoot is so much better. It's such a tougher game. People are ridiculous in that one. I like Mario Kart, though. It's fun, but... Okay. Oh, I can't get on it. You must have to get on it at, like, a certain time. Look at that. First place. In 50cc class. It's a good-looking game. I mean, how bad can it be? It's Mario Kart, for crying out loud. They have a mobile version that looks really good. Oh, and then you can do, like, a dismount. Come on. Okay, that's what that... I was curious what that did. So that's like a jump. I missed it. Oh, I don't have anything. That game. There we go. Oh, that's right. You can use those to get rid of shells. I did it by accident. I was just trying to mess with them. The AI players. Can you switch the other thing? No. Always get what they need. Oh, that's a shortcut. That's cool. Weather effects. That looks nice. His hat even shows it. Yeah, I mean, that's nice. It runs really smooth. I think what we need to do now... Do I have Mario Kart as a card? We have Mario... I think we have Mario Kart as a digital purchase on there. If we had it on I would like to see it running on the Switch too, just the old Mario Kart 8. Out of curiosity. Yeah, I don't think I have. It's digital, so I'd have to download it. Yeah, I bet that's what it is. We should download it and just kind of see. That's kind of cool, though. I like that. What time is it? How much time do we have? We have about 15 minutes. Let's try... Oh, it's downloading right now. 12 minutes left. Ooh, it's going to be tight. I'll probably take this with me today. I've got to go in and do work, but sometimes I'm just sitting around waiting for something to finish, so I might take it with me today and mess with it. Get a chance to see. Yeah, it's going to run slow, probably. Download options, anything? Download this first. I think it's already doing that, though. Well, I said download this first, and it went up by 10 minutes. Looked like. Now it's back. Let me get the other stream ready. If you guys want to watch, I'd love to hang out and watch the stuff. But I understand it's probably going to look better if you watch it directly. So I'll just have my stream up if anybody wants to watch with me. I think Steam has a page, don't they? I thought they did. Of Summer Game Fest. If not, YouTube does, so about 50,000. We could watch somebody watching it. We'll be the watchers of the watchers. There it is. Spotlight event, Summer Game Fest. Can we watch it here? It looks like you can. We'll watch the Steam version. Set reminder via mobile app. I would think you would be able to watch it on there. It would be ridiculous if you couldn't. All right, we'll see. It should come up in about 10 minutes. Oh, yeah, of course, Faku. Yeah, for sure. Definitely we'll be doing some comparison stuff. I'll try and do a few this weekend on it. We'll try and do like Skyrim. I know I have that. Got to look at what other games I have like right off the bat. Most of them that I had on here were for Nintendo games, but like we can do Skyrim. We can do Arachnoid, Vampire Survivor. Not going to see any difference there. Mortal Kombat 11, Pinball FX we can do. Pinball 3, Pinball M, Zakaria Pinball, Stardew Valley. Not going to see much there, though. Isaac, Binding of Isaac Afterbirth Plus. We could do that. Let's see. Ikaruga. And that's about it from here. And then in the physical cards, is there anything different? I don't know. Oh, Baldur's Gate. I mean, could do that. But like I said, Cyberpunk and those, I want to buy them so we get a good idea. And then I'll probably just sell them on here. So if you guys are looking for games for your Switch 2, you'd probably be able to get them cheaper. I'll buy them and then just show them, and then we'll sell them for like $20 less. Yeah, I don't have any other games. I do get game offers from developers, so I could reach out to some of them and just say, hey, can you send over some Switch 2 games? And then we'll test those out as well. I think that's probably what I'll end up doing, and then we'll see what we can get to look at. But Mortal Kombat 11, we can definitely check that out. Mortal Kombat 1 is the one that would be more interesting, right? Because it was so bad of a port to the Switch that it would be interesting to see if they even did any work. I doubt it. They've given up on that game, so I really don't think they're going to do anything to make it run better. But it'd be interesting if they did. What if I shut the game down? It's downloading while playing a game, so that's interesting. I don't think the Switch did that. I think it had to stop and wait. Ah, I didn't want to start it. What's it doing? Everybody was in there. No, just close. Close. Okay. I was just seeing it. No, I guess it did. You know, it did stop as well, I think. It looks like when I started the game up again, it stopped it. And then it's doing this weird. It's going to take 10 hours. And then it'll go like right back down. It did this with the Skyrim game. It went like really high and then it like shot back down to like minutes. Or it could be wrong. It just keep going off into the end of time. I'd be surprised if Steam wasn't starting their coverage up right now. Nothing yet. Did you guys watch the there it goes down. Did you watch the Sony PlayStation one at all? Anybody? I guess you have to have a reason to watch it, right? Like unless you may not even have an interest in it, so I'll probably try and return these two games though. I don't really need them because I already have the Zelda games. I already have the games themselves. So I should just be able to plug them in and they should do the download because I think you get it free with the Switch. What is the offer? What are the things that you get with their online membership now these days? I know I upgraded it for my kid and I, so I was just like, well, they're going to do something. I don't know what they'll do, but. So GameCube, I did order one of those controllers. They were available yesterday. I don't know if they're still available, but they were only you could only buy one at a time. Used to be able to, you could buy 4 of each once. So you could buy like 4 N64 controllers and you could buy up to 4 at one time. But now it's, I think maybe up to 4, but you can only buy one at a time of these if they're still available. So missions, game chat, expansion packs. This is it. Isn't there? Yeah, you get these with it included. Or at least that one you did. Switch 2 edition upgrades for the Legend of Zelda game. So yeah, you get those. You get both. Yeah, I'll probably try and return this. I don't know. I think Best Buy will let me return it without having to worry. If they do, then I'll just sell them. But I mean, like, I can't imagine them like stopping me from returning it. Yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics was interesting. I actually downloaded. I was trying to get the emulation working on the Legion Go. It's doing something weird. So I'm trying to figure out what it was, but I downloaded like Final Fantasy Tactics because of that. It's been a long time since I've played it. I'm looking forward to it. The other one, what was it? What was the big one that came out of there? Well, there was also from the makers of Journey. There was also that new Journey-esque Abzu or whatever type game that they were going to put out, which looks really cool. I'm not too excited about anything else from Sony. I mean, I like some of their stuff, but the ones like that Final Fantasy Tactics, that's going to be available on Steam. They're already pre-selling it. So I thought maybe they had cut some deal where it was actually going to be exclusive, but it ended up being like you can get it on Steam at the same time, which is good. I'm looking for that. That's where I'll probably buy it. All right, let's see. Zelda notes. I haven't downloaded this. I've never played through this game, so this will be interesting. First time to play it. All right, I want to switch to my main camera and zoom out a little bit. Cut my head off.
Activating. Proceed north.
There we go. Yeah, I like that it gives you like real-time destinations and like directions and stuff like that. I think that's funny. I'm looking fun. Yeah, the new Marvel game would be interesting to take a look at. I haven't played a Marvel fighting game since, well, a lot since what was the one, Marvel vs. Capcom 3? But then they had Marvel vs. Capcom, I forget the name of it. It didn't do well. It was like Emerge or Urgence or something like that. And I can't remember what it was called. But I have that one as well, but didn't really play it.
These are stories that weren't in the original games.
That is really cool. This is all gimmicky stuff, but I mean, that's kind of cool. That'll be fun to play with. Because I never played through Tears of the Kingdom at all, and I barely played through maybe half of Breath of the Wild. So I'm looking forward to that. We may end up doing that on the stream, playing through it. Yeah, let's go ahead and close that out. It's still downloading. We're going to have to let it download. 15 minutes still. Probably be able to watch the show before anything. All right, are they getting ready to do their thing or what? Reload. I'd have to imagine they're going to be showing it here. If not, I guess. I mean, it says right here, live from YouTube Theater. Join Jeff Keighley. I don't know why I want to watch it. I think if we're watching it on Steam, it'll be easier to kind of look at the games. That was in my thought, like instead of watching YouTube. Let me set this up. While we let this stuff download, let me grab a screen that we can watch this on. So I'm going to move this over here. And move this back over here. And we're going to add window. It's going to be new source, Steam. I'll probably turn these lights off so I don't have to like stare into the sun. It's mostly why I wear a hat on there, because like looking up at them, it's blinding. Stream Deck, Steam. There's Steam. There we go. Okay, it should. It's a little bit big right now, but we'll fix that in a second. See if we can't size this sucker down. 7 minutes left. Maybe we'll end up playing like some Mario while we do it. Eesh. Eesh. Look good? Yep. There we go. All right, Summer Game Fest. Are you going to load? It's about that time. I thought they'd like be firing it up by now. IGN Live. Must be on the main page. Or we're going to have to watch it on YouTube, which the same thing works, but I just kind of thought they would have it ready to go. Unless they didn't sign Jeff Keighley's thing. Set reminder at 2 p.m. We got 1 minute. It's running it right down to the end. Anytime, anytime. After this starts, I'll probably go grab something to drink really fast. I'm going to shut these off. Oh, where's my screen? I'm not showing up. Oh, because this is in front of it. That's why. Oop, there we go. I could even get rid of that and just do the background. I turned the lights off so it's a little bit darker, but I'm looking at it, waiting for it to change. Problem with watching it on Steam, Steam is not the greatest. Oh, there it goes. Here's me just complaining about them. Are you going to play? You're going to play. Come on, put in the player. Live. I see it's live. It may not be playable in here. That's weird. They must have like paid him off or whatever to get this on here. Like they have it as a schedule thing, but then they're like, oh, it's live. That's fine. We can pull it up. Tune in all week. It says tune in all week. Well, where do you tune in? What's it doing? Live now, ends in an hour and 28 minutes. Okay. I don't know, man. Here, let's see if we do this. What if we go copy URL and just throw it in a browser to see what it's doing? Yeah, it's not doing anything over here either. Man, I don't know about that. All right, let me get a browser up here. It's so funny. I use Mac now, and it's so much better. There it is. The Game Awards. Perfect. All right, I'm going to pipe it over here in a sec. Well, we'll keep both up. How's that sound? Repo. Let's do this. Let's go Windows, Capture. There it is. Oh boy, Claire Obscure. Come on. My God, it's running the machine down to like the ground. Bravely. Dude, they ran away from other publishers because they're like, these fools don't know what they're doing. Let's see if we can. I'm going to see if I can make it a little bit better. 14,000. Do you hear that? 14,000 games on Steam. How about theater mode? Get out of here. Okay, I'm almost got it there. I wanted to like adjust some stuff. It's doing something weird. God, it's so slow. It's killing me. I'm trying to make it bigger. There we go. There, it's as big as it'll get. All right, let's see what we got. Can I now move this? Yes. Of course, that screwed it up because I moved it over in front of me. Why did it screw it up so much? There we go. Can you guys hear it? Is it loud enough? Need more Resident Evil VR? Yeah, they need to do that. I'd be looking forward to it if they could do it. Let me make sure this thing's up as loud as it needs to be. It might have been too loud, sorry. If anybody was like trying to listen in silence. Or you guys may not be hearing it at all. I don't see YouTube pulling it through. Give me a sec. There we go.
And tomorrow, Fortnite is set to do it again across console, PC, and phones. The Death Star's super laser is charged and ready to decimate the Battle Royale island.
Oh, wow.
But there's still hope. You and your friends can join the fight. Here's the first exclusive look at what you'll be part of tomorrow in the brand new live event, Death Star Sabotage.
Cool. I'm not a big Star Wars fan anymore. I got off of that. I used to love it, man. I love Star Trek more. All right, maybe now I can shut this off. Is it actually that they don't have him in frame? They don't have him in frame. I thought it was me. Oh, no, he is in frame. That was me. It's like he's not in frame.
Please, everyone, join me in welcoming the great Mr. Hideo Kojima.
His best friend, man.
Aki, great to see you. Mr. Kojima, here we are. The world tour begins at Summer Game Fest. It's great to have you here. We are so excited for DS2. So let me ask you, Mr. Kojima, you've worked for many years on this project. What do you hope players take away from DS2 when they play it later this month?
Hey, by the way, we get no ads. We've got it zoomed in so close, there's no ads, no chat, no nothing.
I wanted to show something new connection after we face the pandemic. So I want everyone you to think about that when you play this game.
Interesting. I'm going to make a quick adjustment here.
I know you prepared a special exclusive clip for SGF. Let's take a look at this.
Come on, wake up, move with me. There we go, much better. I'm looking forward to this. This is one game I will say from Stoney that I'm looking forward to. Well, from on the PlayStation exclusive. Yeah, you know, it'll all be like the hate each game in chat. Yeah, for sure. That's the one bad thing about it. Here at least it's quiet, but It's 720p on Starlink, so who knows? That's bad for an interview.
So you are near Vanna.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do? For living?
I'm a porter.
So thank you. We're good for the day.
Okay. Thanks.
Near.
You'll need to make one more adjustment. It doesn't look like it's as zoomed in as it could be.
So you made it then.
Sorry.
You really don't remember me.
Oh, jeez.
The girl. You're alive.
Oh. Oh, you never finished the first DS? It's really good. I like it. I mean, Death Stranding was one of the first things that I jumped into at the beginning of the pandemic and just kind of played through it, right?
Well, that was a clip from the game, a cutscene. We saw a first glimpse of Neil and Lucy, and we met them in the trailer back at South by Southwest, but we got a little bit more of them here. Tell us a little bit more about this clip and the characters of Neil and Lucy.
In DS2, it's a very important character, Neil and Lucy. I can't really say because there'll be spoilers, but you saw the cancer mark on both of their hands. So they have this deep connection and reveals throughout the story. And last time on DS1, we have Cliff, who was played by Mats. And of course, by story, he will not be in DS2. But this time, Neil...
Yeah, Mads Mikkelsen, he was pretty good.
Like the role that Mats
He had a really good role.
for DS2 this time. And Cliff was a very popular character, but I think we have to kind of like top that character. So Luca Marinetti was a great actor, and I think it was great. He did a great performance, so I think you'll like this new character, Neil, too. Well, the game's going to be out in 20 days, so...
I was going to say, yeah, it's like 2 weeks from now.
That's what I brought today.
But there is more to share, and you won't have to wait very long to learn more about the game. Actually, this Sunday, as part of Summer Game Fest, you tune into the DS2 live game premiere, where Hideo will be joined by many members of the cast. He'll be sharing a new demo of the live gameplay demo, alongside Elle Fanning and Troy Baker, and I'll be there hosting it. And let's just say this is not the last that you've seen of Neil this weekend, and we'll leave it at that.
You don't want to give too much away for anything anymore. I mean, what the hell, should be waiting for some surprise.
All right, thank you so much. Hideo Kojima, everyone. Great to see you, Mr. Kojima. Thank you.
Isn't it supposed to be Kojima-san?
Co-host for Summer Game Fest. He's along for the party. A veteran games journalist on GameSpot and the co-host of the Friends Per Second podcast. Please join me in welcoming the incredible Lucy James.
I don't watch a lot of podcasts. I have no idea all these people. They'll call like pretty important people out in the games industry. I don't watch them anymore. At this point, your kids are going to inherit your backlog. Yeah, exactly. They take on the burden.
Now, we are honored to reveal an exciting new project from Raw Power Games, a new team headquartered in Copenhagen, Denmark. Here you can engage in intense combat, fight for land, glory, and legacy, and lead massive armies into epic scale battles, as narrated by actor Tom Hardy.
An MMO, isn't it? Oh, is this the... This isn't the new, like, Game of Thrones game, is it? The MMO or whatever they've been pushing? Nah.
passion through my deeds. But some paths, once taken, have only one ending.
Mobile game, isn't it?
On this road, there is only death.
Man, Mario Kart 8 looks really good on this Switch too as well. It always looked good. I mean, there's not a huge difference.
Go write your own.
Captured on PC. Nichols Net. Huh. I swear, I thought it was going to be a mobile game.
Brutal European medieval world. Now it's time to hang on to the edge of tomorrow. Sonic Racing Cross Worlds is a thrilling new entry in the legacy of racing action games within the Sonic franchise. Cross Worlds brings other worlds and familiar faces to Sonic Racing, including surprise guest characters being revealed here at SGF for the first time.
I do like Sonic's racing games. Sega did a pretty good job with what Transformed and what was the other one? Sonic Racing, whatever, and then Transformed. Were those the two? I think those may have been the two. They were really fun, especially on the PS3. I enjoyed those. Spent a lot of time playing racing on those and all that. Yeah, I like card games too, man. I'm all about that. I think they're fun. Yeah, I think I should turn these back on. I can't see myself in it. And they've got good characters, like Ichiban coming in. That's really cool. That's a good idea. Persona. Yeah, that's cool. Joker. People like that. The fans will maybe clap about it. I don't know if they'd drive people into playing. If you're playing Persona, I don't know if you're into racing. Kart racing. The mobile versions of these actually have been like really impressive. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a mobile version that's identical.
September, but that is not all. We'd like to introduce the man behind the creation of everyone's favorite blue hedgehog, Takashi Iizuka.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm honored to be here to talk about our latest Sonic Racing game. Sonic Racing Cross World is the next generation of the Sonic Racing series, developed by Sonic Team and the Sega Arcade Racing Team. You can feel brand new experience from the new future travel ring, which you can warp in the race. Also, unlike another kart racing game, this game will have online cross-platform matchmaking. So you can race against all
Well, it's better than Dark Souls or Elden Ring, Night Rain.
Lastly, I have one more thing I'd like to show everyone here today. Take a look inside of the travel ring.
What? Minecraft racing? Boy.
Minecraft and Sonic. I guess you could say you gotta go craft. Well, I gotta laugh. That's all I want. That's all I want. Next, we're excited to reveal a brand new action RPG from Bandai Namco Studios. Embark on a journey across a dark fantasy world and uncover a vast story that eclipses time.
Are we getting another From Software game? No. Maybe.
Time. For some, it heals. For others,
What was the one that was the vampires? Not From Software, but it was what was the name of that game? The Souls-like.
But you have the power to change all of this. If time were a weapon to wield.
Code Vein, yeah, that was the one. Code Vein was interesting. That was that just Bandai and Namco? God, I can't remember that one. It's been a while. I played through it.
You'll find how to save us all.
Yeah, that was Bandai Namco Studios that developed that one. So that could be it. It could be in Code Vein 2. I didn't think it sold that well. I could be wrong. It's got 42,000 reviews, so just on Steam alone. But they've been giving that shit away for cheap, super cheap. Code Vein 2. Yep, there you go. So 7 years later. Yeah. I never would have thought they'd have made another game like that. Like, it didn't sound like, I believe half of these reviews on Steam are probably from people that got it for a Steam Humble Bundle or something like that. Like, I don't see it. Really shocked they would have had that many paying $49 for that game. Like, right now it's $8.99. Obviously they were announcing something today, so. But like, the average price is $59. But if we look at Steam DB, we could probably see what the average price people have bought it at is. It was a good game, but I don't know if it was worth that. This looks like Little Nightmares or whatever, 4. They would have announced that, though, during the Sega thing, wouldn't they? End of Abyss. Okay.
That was a very moody, cool new game. That was End of Abyss, the debut title from Malmo, Sweden-based Section 9 Interactive, an atmospheric action-adventure game coming in 2026 to the Epic Games Store and consoles. Next, we'll step into the black and white world of rubber hose animation with Mouse PI for Hire, developed by first-time developer Fumi Games and published by PlaySide, releasing later this year. Here's a quick new look at the game and the reveal of a familiar voice.
There's something rotten at the heart of Mouseburg.
Crooks beware. Detective Pepper's in the house.
This looks cool. I remember seeing a little bit of this. I gotta believe this is like a $30 or less game. It's basically like take Bendy and then take any of those newer boomer shooters, and that's what they're building. I doubt. Who knows? Maybe it'll be more than that.
That's not all from PlaySide. Now comes the announcement of another ambitious project from this independent Australian developer. We've been talking to them for a while about this project, which builds on their recent launches of Kill Knight and Age of Darkness. But this takes things to a whole new level. It's a premium, real-time strategy game built for PC based on one of the most iconic fantasy franchises in the world. Any guesses? Let's take a look.
This is the Game of Thrones one, isn't it?
You may think you know how the game is played. But this is not the game you know.
I never watched I think this is Game of Thrones, but I've never watched any of those. Like one season, the first season, maybe a few shows.
You decide who wins and who dies.
Oops. That was kind of cool. God, Warner Brothers is involved. You got to give it to them, though. They actually created some cool stuff. They had all the Lord of the Rings ones that were really cool, that were kind of like that, you know, where you took on well, not like that one, but you took on the revenge campaigns or whatever against the ones that kill you and all that.
So why do we deny other intelligent beings? It is said, if they were out there, they would have visited Earth.
Yeah, Middle Earth ones. Those are the ones that were really good. I like those. I like those a lot. They were good. I wish they would have kept up on that. Seems like they get 2 of anything and then they're done. Atomic Heart, too. I didn't know this game did as well as that. That's kind of cool. Creative stuff in there. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Like that it just does like the little campaign. It'll store everything. Does event still run? Let me just see. Hold on. Oh, there it goes. Yeah.
Is it recording?
Is it recording?
A giant cube. I can still barely believe it myself. When it showed up, I was in the lab. I didn't even see it. You know? I felt that same fear. A terrible sense of my own.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. We'll probably have like Lurk Bay run again too.
How did the whole of humanity miss it? And did we actually miss it? What if the cube didn't appear, but revealed itself?
What if it was always there and we've only just started to see it?
The environments seem a little bit more. Is this still the same? Yeah, we're still watching whatever they're bringing out for Atomic Heart. Yeah, the environments seem far more diverse, which I think they need. Cube, Atomic Universe. Oh, that's cool. So totally separate game then.
Cute little guy. The Cube is yet another new project from Munfish, an MMORPG shooter set in the Atomic Universe on a massive levitating cube you can see there, where the edges are constantly rotating to create unique gameplay combinations.
It seems like this is just going to be basically like Elden Ring, Night Rain. They're just taking an asset flip.
This holiday with multiplayer fun for up to 4 players. You can pick between 15 Marvel characters to play, but so far only 7 have been revealed. Well, now it's time to meet the next 2.
Rocket, She-Hulk. I do like these. I do like the side-scrolling, like, beat-em-ups. Is this from Dottie Mew? Haven't they been doing a lot of these? Yeah, I like the beat-em-ups. Cosmic Invasion. Dottie Mew. Yeah, that's who it is. Tribute. They've been doing a lot of these. So Tribute and Dottie Mew have done like Turtles. If you haven't seen them, they've also done Power Rangers, Karate Kid. I think they did that one as well. So they've just like slowly been increasing the level of like their licensing, which is cool. Oh, damn. You're cutting people in half at angles. I can never parry. So it's over for me. I can't make it. No parrying. Oh, this is Onimusha? No. It is. That looks really good. That threw me off guard. I like that. That looks really good. I like that they stuck with like more fighting technique and stuff like that. Yeah, that's really cool. I hadn't seen that before. Yeah, that looks really good. I'm excited for that.
That was a new look at Onimusha Way of the Sword, which we announced back in December at the TGAs. It is coming in 2026 and will be playable this summer at Gamescom. Now let's completely switch gears. You guys all know I love my puppets, and this next project is one I've been tracking for a few years, as a team at Sans String Studios is using Unreal Engine 5 to create an insane digital puppeteering pipeline. It's actually a thing. What you're about to see is running completely in real time in Unreal, and I cannot wait to play it. Here is an unexpected new game announcement that combines comedic storytelling and arcade fighting action. Check this out.
I think I saw this. This is on Steam. This is done like what was the name of the PS3 game?
If
you're gonna be champ, we gotta transform you. Why are you even here? Don't waste my time.
Save us, Fuzzy, or we'll die.
Attaboy. Attaboy. Eat bread, crap, burnt toast, carb load. This mate ain't gonna beat itself. I've been taking dumps in there all day. Jeff.
Funny. No, I think this is a different game that I'm looking at, that I was considering. Feel that boxing. Interesting. Yeah, so is it like Mike Tyson's Punch-Out?
Super fun. Gotta wish list that, right? All right, well, next it's time to see the announcement of a brand new game in Deception We Trust.
An ancient white castle deep in the mountains, lost to time and legend. Only the chosen find their way here. Gathered from every corner of the earth, divided yet bound. Wolves and lambs, engaged in a perilous dance of wits, a game where truth is but a shadow. Enough theatrics, I'll get to the point. Killer Inn is a murder mystery action game. The killers lurk elusively in plain sight. Kill someone and a clue will remain. Hair, fingerprints, blood, clothes. The lambs scramble to find clues, one step closer to unmasking the culprits. Who is guilty will eventually come to light. Wolves win by killing every lamb. Lambs win by rooting out every wolf. Such simple rules. But there's so much more to this game of murderous mystery. Complete quests to level up. Buy items with the gold you earn. Loot chests for weapons and armor. Steal items, blow up opponents, poison others, place traps. Discover one of your own is a wolf. Is killing not to your taste? Then you'd better escape the castle. Now the paths to victory are clear. You would do well to remember, deceit and deduction are your strongest weapons in this game of life or death. Your invitation awaits.
That was Killer Inn, a 24-player multiplayer game from Square Enix where you compete in a game of life or death using social deduction skills to win. All right, it's hard to believe this next game was first announced at TGA in 2021. I know it's been a while. There recent
Sorry, I was just auto adjusting levels audio.
Of course, talking about Arc Raiders. This is one of the most anticipated games of the year, and we're excited to share a new trailer which will tell you more about the mysteries surrounding the world of Speranza and the long-awaited launch date coming later this year. From Embark Studios, here's the world premiere of the release date trailer for Arc Raiders.
Kind of shooter.
Breathe. Let your body settle into a slower rhythm. Clear your mind of all distractions. You don't have to walk this path alone. Surround yourself with resourceful friends. Here, you are in control.
No, I don't really get much out of that trailer. It doesn't seem like there was too much there. Don't remember if you did, but did you try out the Joy-Con mouse? No, I have not. We can try that. Definitely. I think Skyrim's compatible with it. I'll try it here while we're watching this. I'll give it a shot.
The survival and MMO genres with a thrilling cinematic story. It arrives on PC in just a few days on June 10th, but you can play it right now in Steam Advanced Access. Here is a brand new look.
Funcom makes some stuff. They used to make a lot of good things. Now they're kind of slowed down. I think they only have like, I can't remember the game, but it's some kind of dungeon crawler, like MMO. Is this Dune? Didn't Dune have like big sandworms? What it is, but just all these games, they're not showing in-game footage. If they are, they're not like showing you the the menu screens, which makes sense, or like not the menu screens, but your like information. I don't know. I should just go check it out instead of making presumptive comments. But I mean, in general, like I don't know, they just seem like bland. Maybe it's just Dune. Maybe Dune's just bland. Because you're in the middle of the desert.
Try as I might to quell their advance. 'Twas all for naught.
They have flashy outfits.
Some say time stops for no one.
Yeah, a lot of cinematic trailers, which, they're kind of like pushing it off as like, this is what it's going to look like. Here's how you scope. But yeah, when you don't see any kind of like, I mean, it'd be great if nothing had like on screen, like information or any kind of HUD, but reality is not too many companies do that well. It's a lot of like really big, like fancy, like movies.
Return to the past, where your journey awaits.
They test on Steam. Depends on what type of game it is. It looked interesting. If it's like a Souls-like, lots of big bosses.
be easy. I will never forget Michael's.
What is more,
Looks like that AI limit.
Just as he once came to me, filling that dark tower with light.
What happened while I was out? So I hear you're looking for someone?
The victors show no mercy to the defeated. People here despise weakness, worship strength, and crave glory.
I never doubted that you'd end up here.
I'm really curious. What ending have you penned for
Oh, this one. This is free. You can play that now, can't you? I remember it. It looked like that AI limit game, but it's like a free, like Souls-like is what they're saying. Oh, there it goes. It's running. But now you're a fox. Wuthering Waves is what that... Waves? Yeah, that's like an open world anime free-to-play RPG. Available now. I haven't tried it out. It looks interesting.
That has a demo on Steam you can play right now as part of Next Fest. What you're about to see next is a stop-motion
Gotcha game,
horror
most likely.
platformer where everything has been crafted by hand. It's called Out of Words, and I'm honored to show it to you today.
Just have the sound down. My dogs were barking.
What a really unique and different game. This August signals the release of Mafia: The Old Country, the next entry in the acclaimed Mafia franchise from the team at Hangar 13. It's a gritty mob story set in the brutal underworld of 1900 Sicily. Here is the Summer Game Fest trailer.
You know, something that I didn't see yesterday anybody mentioned was the new, like, My Nintendo physical rewards and stuff that they've launched. That's interesting. Okay, you have to be a member, though. It's like you have to be a paid member of the online club, but there's a whole new, like, system.
Sometimes the client is feeling less than cooperative.
Interesting. Like new items and stuff like that.
Remind them of their obligations.
This is between us and Spadaro. Where I come from, commitment means everything. If this is how he wants it, this is how it will be.
The Dons noticed you, Enzo. This is an opportunity.
Do you wish to commit to this family?
Enzo! We can't let them get away!
When Isabella became involved, it became our business. Miss Family, loyalty is everything.
We do not always get to choose what we do.
Yeah, they've had one, but this one's different now. It's like something to do for if you're a paid like member, you actually can get like for 1,000 points you can get this like physical standee of like Super Mario Brothers 3.
Just wait till you see this next game.
It looks pretty cool. I don't know. It's nice that they're doing something again, but they've adjusted it so many times. Holiday ornaments. I don't even know how many points do I have. You got to get on it soon because once they put that stuff up, they usually sell pretty quick. I only have 400. I've never worried about it after they got rid of the very old one, which was really good. where you used to get them in your little card or a little piece of paper and you'd put the code in from like DS games. Those ones were really good. Yeah, you don't hear like, I mean, everybody was talking about the Switch 2 yesterday, but stuff like that is like PS Plus. I don't know. Did you ever do that one, Mako? Did you ever worry about your like, what was it? The PS Plus account, Stars account, or whatever. Like, I didn't even look at that twice the entire time that thing was there because nobody ever talked about it. But I'm sure there was like points you could have got off there that were pretty good. Lego Voyagers. I like Lego stuff.
Hello, Summer Game Fest! I'm Carolyn Lawrence, voice actor for a few familiar faces you might have grown up with on Nickelodeon. Some with squirrel suits, thank you. Some with science smarts, and some with serious attitude. Nickelodeon has always been about wild worlds and weirder characters. And while I'm mostly sworn to secrecy today,
Oh, you did get a couple games through Stars. That's cool. I never got anything out of that. I would have loved to have seen more about it. Dice of Destiny.
To summon the most ferocious, most awesome, most totally radical team of adventurers the land had ever seen. They alone would be able to...
SpongeBob Dungeon Crawler. It's funny. Well, more than SpongeBob, probably.
It's been almost 2 years since players first stepped into the role of Geppetto's puppet to save the city of Krat from disease and
Here we go. Lies of P. Yeah.
the DLC expansion to Lies of P.
I've been looking forward to this. This will probably be the next Souls-like that I jump into again. Because I never finished the original Lies of P.
Here's the exclusive new look.
I liked how they made the character look different. Like you get all the different costumes and outfits and stuff like that. It was still the character. It was just like, I don't know, they had some cool stuff. Kind of all the, what was it, like the, what would you call that, fables that was involved with it? As enemies and stuff. They did a really good job. Was it today?
Yes, that's right. Overture is available today across all
I
platforms.
think we may have something to play next week.
All right. Next up, the small video game publisher Serenity Forge, based in Boulder, Colorado.
Man, that's bold, bringing it right out after the Nintendo 2 launch. It seems like it's a little bit of a mistake, but I don't know. Two different audiences, maybe.
I sit at the front of the dinner table where he used to be.
Yeah, Overture will be one to play next week for sure. Kicking that off on Monday.
Plates of food. Plates of tomatoes. Plates of pain. Plates of angels. Plates of her legs. Beautiful. Broken. Plates of flowers. Plates and plates. The garden is lush in the rain, and everything's focused. Dinner's ready. There's a hunger that feeds and blooms, and I will feed, and I will bloom.
Kind of interesting. Let me readjust this thing.
Recommend eating those tomatoes. All right, NCSoft is expanding its Blade and Soul universe. Let's take a look at the rich lore and dynamic action in Blade and Soul Neo, just out on Steam, and Blade and Soul Heroes coming soon.
God, this thing is like, is my computer all the way now? It's not one to like react. There we go. I'm going to try sizing this down one time. Sorry. I was trying to do it when we didn't have something that was like as big. There we go. There, now it's fixed. I meant to do that earlier. It was bugging me. Okay. Oh, that's funny. You have to go in and like download the Nintendo Switch 2 edition of Breath of the Wild. And Punch Man. I'm not into anime. My kid is. I have no idea, but I've heard of that. I've never seen it. What is this? I was almost going to say, is this like Dragon Quest? It looks very similar. Yeah. Watch this be another like Clair Obscure Expedition 33, but for, you know, the Dragon Quest series competitor. This looks pretty good.
it's available today.
This is a technological showcase set in the world of The Witcher 4.
Human Creator is now fully integrated into Unreal Engine.
You're seeing me live in real time. Squid Game will be coming to UEFN.
It started with an epic.
Man, if they can do that, that'll be impressive for the virtual
Exclusively on the Epic Game Store.
streamers. That was crazy.
We altered the course of nature, unleashed genetic power across continents. Now it is up to us to nurture what we have set free, to find hope within this chaos. Well, to help life find a way.
Oh my god, another builder. Remember when they used to make like first-person shooters, third-person shooters, side-scrolling platformers, all sorts of shit with the Jurassic series? I like Evolution series as well, yeah. They always do that really good Humble Bundle deal where you can get like, oh my god, like one of the, or like you can get both games and all the DLC for like $12 or something. So worth it.
We broke new ground with our first game, Shovel Knight.
Good game.
Today, I'm thrilled to share a world premiere look at our next IP, Mina the Hollower. Mina continues our traditions of refining retro gameplay for a new generation. It's a bone-chilling adventure that it blends intense combat, free roaming exploration, and precise platforming. As Mina, a whip-wielding hollower, you'll burrow through danger and unravel the mysteries of a cursed island. A decade ago, we unearthed a groundbreaking legend. This year, we're bringing our next bona fide classic.
Wasn't there another October 31st release for a game coming? Shit, what was it? Oh, it was the new Silent Hill. No, that's September. September something. That was cool. The new Silent Hill F. Yeah, this definitely looks like very much a Castlevania meets Link's Awakening.
Special one. Our next game comes from a well-known developer that has done. Yeah. Oh, Kyle Bossman, everyone. Final Bossman. All right. Well, let me see what this says. Hey, Jeffy. If you're reading this, it means three things. Number one, you're killing it at the fest with your oodles of totally natural charisma. Debatable. B, I'm at your house playing long darts with the fam. And 3, you're going to do me a solid and skip that Silk Song trailer so you can pimp my revolutionary VR gaming venture that will shock the industry probably. A wet one on the lips, comma, Wade. All right, let's take a look.
VR or that's funny. Oh, and it even has, what's his name?
By the Merc with a MetaQuest. Kick back and bask in the glory of gaming's first quintuple A tropical farming
Deadpool in VR. Funny. Funny.
Oh, hi, new friend.
You know what would have been cool is if they did it like they did the The ones on the PlayStation, where you were on the roller coaster.
For exotic pets, the elderly, and this fucking thing with Hip Hop Satan. Oh, don't worry, he's a fascist. He deserves this big time. This guy's a total dick. What the hell? Who designed this shit? I wiped my ass on this first. You're welcome. Who got the lobotomy with fries? All your dreams of being inside me come true in VR. Spider-Man gets Insomniac, and I get this shit? I'm craving Korean barbecue now.
No, it's not Ryan Reynolds doing the voice either. God, that's it? Just the quest? No Steam release.
Neil Patrick Harris is Deadpool. All right. Next year at Games.
Is it Neil Patrick Harris? Oh, that's funny. I thought it should be Ryan Reynolds, but obviously he's pretty expensive.
Player character in this title that blends open world and action survival horror. Let's take a look at the latest trailer with some big news, the release date.
Fallout 6? No. Damn it. Oh my god, no more Dying Light.
He's a narcissistic sociopath. He's experimenting on humans like they're lab rats. God only knows what the Baron's planning to do with those monsters.
Again, this is the problem. Like Dying Light, if this is Dying Light 3, which we're going to guess it is, Dying Light 3 plays nothing like any of this. It's not suspenseful. It's not really interesting in that way. It's an action game. You're running and jumping. It's not like you're creeping around. There's all the shit on the screen, like in your HUD and everything.
I don't care how high his walls are or how big his arms
I don't know. Like, this looks really interesting if it was that, and it could be that. Like, Unreal 5 can do this. That's what it's done in, but it's going to look totally different, though. Indicator here, Ubisoft, like, thing you got to climb, and, like, there's a signal that you have to open up a new part of the map, and all that type of stuff.
Then I'll go there and fucking kill him.
I would love for it to look like that. I think it'll look that good, but there'll be all sorts of other shit.
August 22nd, Gamescom week. All right. This next game draws inspiration from classic coming-of-age films to capture the highs and lows of adolescence, the bonds of friendship, and the nostalgia of growing up. Mixtape comes from Beethoven and Dinosaur, and Annapurna Interactive. And this is your exclusive new look at this game that plays like a love letter to teenage memories.
What are we doing? Hanging out, getting buzzed. I've got to get out of this place.
At the end of an era, when everything's about to change.
God, it looks like the late 80s.
On your greatest hits.
Mom, who is it? One moment. It's the pigs, darling. Shit.
The pigs.
This year, experience a retrospective like no other. Beethoven and Dinosaur invites you to relive the teenage riot, to spend one last night together before school's out forever. And with the soundtrack this good, it's gonna be one hell of a night. And The Cure. I love The Cure.
The Cure.
experience it for yourself. Mixtape. Nothing but the hits.
Funny. I mean, it has to be like the late '90s or mid to late '90s at the latest. But the skateboards and everything looked like it was going to be somewhere between the late '80s and the mid '90s. Probably the mid '80s and the late '80s. Yeah, everybody loves The Cure. Yeah. It's like the Doobie Brothers in the damn China Grove.
That is why we must end you. Right here and now.
On your guard.
This is gorgeous. Take this.
I could put up with more of this. I like these kind of dungeon crawlers.
The surge of power. Savor each moment.
Now, get ready. Everyone, are you with me? We will live on in this world. No matter what hardships await. We fight for a future filled with hope.
The T-pose for.
Toa and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree.
A beautiful game. That was the global announcement of Toa, a new roguelike from Bandai Namco and developer Brownies, a game drawing from classic Japanese art with a whimsical spin on Eastern mysticism. Next, we want to introduce you to a game made by a first-time solo developer in Bandung, Indonesia. With the help of 9 of his friends, he's built an intense action beat-em-up with brutal hand-to-hand combat set in his hometown. This is Acts of Blood.
Wasn't Arf? He was from Indonesia. Maybe he's developed it.
The hunt isn't over. Not until I kill them all.
I wonder if it's like a Sifu style, focus on the fighting in tight corridors. Roguelike. It has to be a roguelike. It looks just like Sifu. Next room, 8 people to fight. Next room, 8 people to fight. Yeah, I know. I haven't seen Harf in a while. Acts of Blood. Summer 2026. God, these are so far off.
Amazing what these solo devs could do today. Now it is time for the reveal of the next game from Montreal-based Tribute Games, the makers of TMNT Shredder's Revenge and Marvel Cosmic Invasion, which you saw.
Yeah, we just saw earlier. Okay.
If you're like me, you've been waiting for more than a decade for this reveal.
Simpsons. The vegans, the robots, the demons. Oh, wow. Okay. Scott Pilgrim, they're going to do it a different way. Different company. They just re-released this on Ubisoft, 2 years ago, or when they got the license for the audio back, the soundtrack? I like Scott Pilgrim. That was fun. The original one was really good. Yeah, this will be fun. These have done really well. Like this, the way Tribute is done like these and kind of the way they build it is you could just replace like a lot of it. I mean, obviously they do a lot of work, but like you can take the engine they have and you can just replace it with whatever franchise you want, which is awesome. Scott Pilgrim EX. Cool.
Fist flying in a brand new brawling adventure in EX. You'll battle through space-time and the streets of my hometown of Toronto with Scott, Ramona, and 5 of their former rivals in this online 4-player co-op adventure.
Wasn't it like Ramona's boyfriends?
Brian Lee O'Malley. All right, we're going to be right back. But first, we have a very special message from Maggie Robertson, TGA winner in 2021 for her performance in Resident Evil Village.
Ah, there you are.
Oh.
We've been preparing delightful ways to make you suffer.
Demiscu or whatever, Dimitrescu.
We've slashed the price to be lower than ever for you simple little man things. Still thirsty? Worry not, you ungrateful wretch. There's plenty more fun to go around. Now cease this foolishness and make your decision.
The Capcom sale is now. Wow, they've got a big ad in there for that. Although they'll probably make it back. There's a couple good things. They've put that Marvel vs. Capcom collection on sale, which it's the cheapest it's been on Steam, like $29. It had been stuck at like $39 for a long time. They weren't really dropping the price. I know, yeah, there's no more of that. No more Resident Evil. Till 9, right? That one's supposed to come out soon. Or be announced soon. Did you play Stellar Blade, Mako? Or have you looked at it? It comes out on the 11th. It looks interesting. I mean, I know it was on PlayStation, but I was thinking about picking it up because it's supposedly like a Soul-like.
Now, a glorious morning has dawned on something that's simply harder. Scum.
Oh god, I remember Scum.
Your hard just got harder.
Come version 1. That game like 10 years old? Isn't it? I think that was that game.
What are you doing here? Come with me.
This one looks interesting.
At first, I thought it was just...
They had like this, I think it was yesterday I was looking at it on Steam. 2018, no. Hasn't been that long. It's been 8 years. No, wait, 7 years.
Down deep feels like it's just knocking to get out.
Cars in this look really cool. Like the design just looks really good. Character looks interesting. I was thinking it was like Driver.
You were a good soldier.
Yeah, Stellar Blade coming out. I might pick that one up because that looks really good. I wasn't quite sure what to expect. If it was going to be more like Bayonetta or was it going to be more like Souls. Or at least like Liza P or something. Yeah, this one looks cool. Kind of hoping for like one of these days there's like this just surprise out of nowhere.
Hi everyone, I'm Hakan Abrak, CEO of Iron Interactive. We can't wait for you to discover Mindside when it launches on June the 10th from Build a Rocket Boy,
Day before, like
Partners.
Stellar Blade.
You may have noticed Agent 47 will be contracted for a very special assignment in Red Rock City. This week,
It's the other game that they've announced, which is James Bond, which is crazy. It's a big license.
This week we finally revealed 007 First Light to the world, and your reactions were heartwarming.
Expensive license.
It's coming in.
Unless Amazon's cutting everybody a deal.
But we want to make the wait more exciting. We are bringing someone into Hitman, the World of Assassination, who is very dear to the Bond universe. Let's take a look.
Probably Agent 47, right? We just have one character, Agent 47. Unless they're bringing in Laura Croft, which I don't even know. Is she part of it anymore?
Known only as Le Chiffre, a financial mastermind with
Oh, Mads Mikkelsen.
underworld. He has arranged
That's cool.
a poker game at the Casino Monarchique in Paris. Our clients have deemed this unacceptable.
I've invited these people for a reason. I know their weaknesses. Mr. Rengang, he's too impatient, and Miss Bai, well, she likes a drink. Don't know about the newcomer, Mr. Smith, though. He's the only wild card. Well, this is turning into an interesting evening.
Welcome to the VIP room here at the Casino Monarchique.
Reaper. Unusual name.
Names are for friends. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Le Chiffre?
They're not bringing James Bond into Hitman. They're bringing Mads' character into Hitman from James Bond. So they're like doing like the reach, right? Like the olive branch in between.
It's just around the corner, coming out next year. However, Hitman is live right now. So I thought, why wait?
CEO should have the Hitman tattoo on the back of his head.
To join me here, as a matter of fact, he is here with us today.
That's right, everyone at Summer Game Fest, please welcome the great Mads Mikkelsen.
Back here negotiating his next job with Kojima.
Good to see you, Mads. Thank you for joining us, and thanks for coming to Summer Game Fest. Mads, you are Cliff, but you're also Agent 47's next target as Le Chiffre, the villain we know from Casino Royale.
Yep, that's it. And you know, this is I've always had a deep love for this character. It's a role that means a lot to me because of a lot of reasons. So when Haggard gave me the chance to step into the shoots of Le Chiffre once again, I did not hesitate for 1 second. But this time is a little different. He's more confident. He's dangerous. He's not just a brilliant mind hiding behind a desk. He is visceral, unpredictable, and ruthless. And let's just say this time he doesn't outsource the violence anymore.
So this mission is set in a casino in Paris. We want to make an homage to the movie Casino Royale while keeping surprises for our players. James Bond and Agent 47 have very different set of skills, and the mission will be handled in very different creative ways.
Yeah, he's not going to beat me in poker. He's going to figure something else out.
So I guess it is not just about the shot, it's about the bluffing around the table this time?
Yeah, sure, exactly. Yeah. It's the Chiffre is always like 2 steps ahead of you. He reads you before you read him, so it's a little like bringing a chess player to a poker game.
We built the mission to allow several parts, unexpected characters, appearances, and even custom poker mechanics.
Wow, all right, well, when do we get to play this?
That's the best part. We wanted to
Now,
surprise you.
shadow
The
drop.
team is updating the game as we speak. Le Chiffre, Elusive Target mission starts today in a few hours.
Well, that's cool.
For only 30 days, and if you play it, you will unlock a unique reward in 007 First Light.
Amazing. All right. Well, Hakan Mods, thanks for joining us for Summer Game Fest. Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks for having me.
So much.
I loved seeing that stuff a long time ago where like everything connected. There was something coming out. Hey, this connects it to you. May not be the exact same thing, but
Will delight Lego fans made with over 1 million Lego bricks, 300 minifigures, and over 700 trillion minifigure combinations.
It's Saturday night somewhere, so make some noise for Lego Party!
Get ready
For a nail-biting competition.
We're minifigures.
Lego Party.
It's an action
most golden bricks.
But will you be helped by friendly krakens?
Or hindered by evil monsters.
Is that my computer? Looks like it was running at about like 10 frames per second.
What about our amazing mini games, Ted? We've got more of them than you can count.
More than 10?
It's actually more like 60.
Whoa, that's a lot!
With surprises around every corner, anything can happen.
Anything?
Anything.
Anything?
Yes, anything.
Okay,
Cool.
but certainly not a giant.
Finally got that working. So there's the Zelda Notes home screen. If you haven't checked it out, it looks kind of cool.
We got all that and more in Lego Party! Whoa, that is looking mighty tasty.
All right, next, a new look at a new team shooter from Dreamhaven and Moonshot Games. 20 players across 5 ships venture into the most treacherous region of space. Hoping to get
Yeah, that'd be interesting to play with that thing up. It's like telling you, like, hey, do this, do that.
Open beta starts next week during Steam Next Fest. And we're also very happy to announce
It's for both Zelda games. Yeah, I pulled out, like I said, I bought the one that was for Tears of the Kingdom, but and I bought the Breath of the Wild one for the Switch 2, but I'm taking both of them back if I can, since I already got the other ones. And if you have the, what is it, the online service, you get the updates anyhow for free if you have the online service, and then you just like use your My Nintendo app, and like it senses it, and then it adds this in. So like this is running in real time with your Switch 2 like Breath of the Wild edition. So that's kind of cool. I definitely want to check that out. That'll be the way to play. Yeah, if you've got Breath of the Wild, and you got the online service, just go in and download the update that you get to have for free, and then just fire it up on your phone, and it connects right away. And then supposedly it'll like as you come up to something that's like information or interesting information, it'll just start reading it to you from the phone. So it's kind of like whatever your tablet was. It's kind of neat.
Proud to reveal to you the next game from Toronto-based Drinkbox Studios, the team behind the Guacamelee series and Nobody Saves the World. They're making a full 3D game that can be played alone or with a friend in co-op. You can find out more during Day of the Devs right after the show, but for now, here is the global reveal of Blighted.
Looking over
Blighted.
this dream world, one can only wonder, how did it all come to this? It began with the ancient rituals, the dead buried with a seed from the trees of memory. Those who ate of the fruit saw the lives they lived and passed their knowledge to future generations until Sorcisto, in his lust for power, consumed the brains of the living, spreading this blight. You harbor it too, I see.
Oh yeah, what was the Toy-Con? Remember the Toy-Con VR headset that you made out of cardboard from Nintendo? What was the integration with like Zelda Breath of the Wild? Was it like actually playing in VR in Zelda? There's an option for it. And I saw that. I'm like, was there actually a VR game in it? I think there was. I wonder what that feels like now. That's cool. It still supports it on here. On the on Switch 2. I don't know. You can never see this damn thing.
team of 50 with founders in Canada and Armenia. They partnered with the new Munfish Powerhouse label to bring this insane Unreal Engine 5 game to life.
I never got to try that at all. Yeah, I do have one of those. There's nothing to it. It's just really the goggles, like the glass inside of it. Like, you don't need anything else. Everything's so shiny in Unreal 5. Everything needs to look wet and shiny. That way you know it's Unreal 5. That's like their thing. We're the shiniest and wettest. A lot of bodies. Oh, you did see the kneecap go. Damn. When are we going to see the announcement for Fallout 3? Remake. We'll probably see it on Sunday, I guess.
Poor little babies. All right, Mecha Break is one of 2025's most anticipated shooters, with its previous beta amassing over 300,000 concurrent players on Steam and 3 million players in total. In this game, you explore a sci-fi universe and pilot powerful mechs with immersive aerial and ground combat. As a top wishlisted game, players are clamoring to know just one thing: when is the release date? Well, here's Mecha Break's latest trailer with the answer you've all been waiting for.
Growing Martian zones force the Thalassic Federation to advance its Project Enterprise.
Let's see kicked off the event. I'm gonna get that ready to do something with it. We're gonna have Lurk Bait and that running, I think, in sometime here in June. This is an interesting, like, ship designs and stuff like that, but it's like a lot of fanciness, but I don't know. Again, that's all it's been, is just movie. Mecha Break.
In this next title, small-scale players traverse the oversized world around them, filled with local wildlife and hostile machines. Built by a small 8 is Infinitesimals.
Did they call it Infinitesimals?
Mechanicals approaching.
Cupid Studios. Never heard of them.
Must now face a stark reality. The industrial civilization we were expecting to join is no more.
What was that Microsoft game where you were in the backyard, but everything was all the people were tiny, and you were dealing with like just regular grass and stuff? It looks exactly like this, except this is the sci-fi shooter version. Instead of the survival game. I can't even remember what it was called. That's how pathetic it was. Backyard something. I don't know. Infinitesimals. I don't know.
2026 marks the 30th anniversary of a legendary video game franchise that I think we all know very well. Please check this out.
Happy birthday.
There you go. There's your Resident Evil 9. Is it actually Resident Evil 9, or are they going backwards into like Resident Evil and redoing it?
Happy birthday to you. And to celebrate early, a special message from Takeuchi-san.
Don't tell me it's more about the sale.
皆様のおかげでバイオハザードも30周年を迎えることができました。ありがとうございます。さて、お待たせしているバイオハザードの最新作なんですが、もう少しだけあと瞬き
Bear with us a little longer. Code Veronica remake, that would be good.
バイオハザードシリーズよろしくお願いいたします。ありがとうございました。
Well, that kind of sucks.
I need a glass of wine too. All right. Thank you, Takeuchi-san, for that very special message. We cannot wait for when the time is right to share more leading into the anniversary of Resident Evil. Now it is time for the next big update for a beloved franchise.
Beloved franchise. Yeah, they're not giving us anything on that Resident Evil. Can't remember what these characters are from. Sagat? No. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, they are Street Fighter. Okay. Wasn't quite sure about everybody. I figured Sagat. I knew that one. But I was thinking like, oh, these are SNK fight. I never followed fighting games. Knew nothing about it. Couldn't play one to save my life. It's got a vibe of like Team Fortress. Yeah, funny.
That was Last Flag, a new online action game from the new indie studio Night Street Games, which is the ultimate game of capture the flag set in the 1970s. As you saw, the closed alpha will be starting later this year. Next, we have a beautiful new trailer for a Souls-like action RPG game.
But yeah, this one's coming up shortly.
Lenzi, Wu Chong, Fallen Feathers, which is launching
It looks pretty
July
good.
24th. Here's a look.
Chong and Wolong, very similar games.
Is this bloodshed really what you wanted?
It looks like they used the exact same snow. Oh yeah, I mean it looks fantastic. I mean Wolong was just beautiful in its own way, right? Like it was just a great looking game as well. I wouldn't doubt. I mean, that's some of the tech and all that's probably in there. That snow looked identical. We're getting what? Now that's one they could do with Tribute and their side-scrolling platformer engine. Wu-Tang Clan. I'll take any Wu-Tang though. I like this. Fantastic. Ghostface Killer. He's the last one carrying the flag.
Ghostface Killer is calling on you to
I
rescue.
don't know if you ever played like the original like Wu-Tang PS1 game. That was pretty good.
With anime-style fighting, and it's the debut title from the 53-member Brass Lion Entertainment. Now, here's a new look at Guild Wars 2, which has new updates, including player housing, and is free to play. This weekend, to celebrate SGF, you can take advantage of double XP all weekend long.
I've never played this. I had a buddy, well, it was a family friend because it was my kid's friend's dad that I had met and known, you know, but I didn't know him like super well. But I mean, like, he worked on Guild Wars, never played it myself.
My story is yours.
Interesting. Housing updates. That game's pretty old too. Bungle. Netmarble used to be, they were spending some money. So I could definitely see something good coming out of it. Well, this is the recap. Chang. Dying Light always looks interesting, but man, it's such a lie. It's not a bad game, but it's such a lie the way they promote it. Oh, this is on the Epic Store, isn't it? That's what they're doing. Oh no, that was it. Oh no, it is their promo for it. Somebody in the crowd was like, "Oh, they're gonna announce something for Switch 2," and then nothing. Same fucking game you can get today. He just lost his shit for nothing.
Throwing back to a classic animation style. Enter a surreal world where you're a down on his luck outcast who has to battle his inner demons, literally, in this action roguelike. Here's Into the Unwell.
Didn't we see this earlier? Is this the mouse one? Maybe not.
Another relapse, huh? Get well soon. Maybe it's too much for someone like you.
That's been you for most of the show for a lot of games.
Delusional. It won't always be so easy.
This is interesting. What is this? I thought this was the mouse one that we saw earlier. From the makers of Closed Beta, no. Coffee Stain. Coffee Stain is one of the indie pubs, right?
Hey guys, I'm Ian Prue, the co-founder of 1047 Games. When we started Splitgate in our dorm room, we just wanted to make a game we could play with our friends, and 20 million of you played with us. Now, with the help from our amazing community, we've built Splitgate 2. Why? Because I grew up playing Halo, and I'm tired of playing the same Call of Duty every year, and I wish we could have Titanfall 3.
Yeah, that one was pretty good.
We asked ourselves, how would we
This is always a different bag because you get kind of a mix of everything.
to entirely different worlds? So we combined the action, movement, and gunplay of arena shooters.
Yeah, there's nothing like really focused. There might be like a lot of like shooters. There might be, a lot, you know, it's not spread out. It's just like whoever's willing to pay to be on stage. Or Sony's is like kind of like choreographed or whatever. Like, so it makes sense. You get like a little bit of everything. You don't get a ton of the same stuff. With the high fives. I like the portal mechanic. I think that's pretty cool. And it looks like it has like the closing storm or whatever to bring everybody together. I guess that could get kind of interesting with like different, like if you're still able to use that like portal system at the end of the as the storm closes in. That could get kind of intense. People like running through walls out the other side.
To showcase the latest project from the talented minds at RGG Studio in Japan.
What is this? Yeah, I was gonna say this looks pretty cool. Has to be Yakuza, right? Like Yakuza 1920. 40s. I guess you can't go back as far in certain culture. 1920s probably wouldn't have been great. But this would make sense, like the 40s in Japan, right? Kind of thing. Ooh. Show him no mercy.
Got a name? Mako. Daito. Daito. A Jap then, huh? Don't I look like one? You're not? So, what are you then? Sana. 俺が知りてえや。
Stranger than heaven.
You saw it at TGA last year as Project Century set in 1915, and now the full name has been revealed. Stranger Than Heaven, the brand new title from RGG Studio. This time it's now 1943, and knowing RGG, I'm sure more surprises are surely on their way. All right, well, we're almost done.
Yeah, that looked pretty good.
We have one final, very special global game announcement to share with all of you.
Death Stranding 3.
Today we've showcased a lot of projects from teams around the world, including many brand new studios, and we're proud of that. But
Hideo Kojima's master plan. We released games. We announced games before they're released, so we announced the next one beyond that one.
When I first got a glimpse at this project last summer, I was absolutely blown away by the scale, scope, and ambition of this developer's vision. And while there are many places, really any place, this game could have been revealed, we are so deeply honored that we get to share it with the world right here at Summer Game Fest.
BI. The next X-Files. Well, that would be cool. I don't think it could ever be the same, so yeah, forget that.
Grace. Grace Ashcroft.
Yes?
My office.
Oh, coming.
She's got a lot of work.
If this is about the report you
Got rid of your RE hopes. Exactly. No more hopes for that.
We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating. Now I need a good technical analyst on this.
Okay.
I need your eyes on the crime scene. the Runwood Hotel. I know that's where your mother was murdered. Alyssa died 8 years ago. Perhaps it's time for you to face the past. Grace.
Stay close. They're coming.
I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
Investigating all these strange deaths, huh?
We need to keep our voices down.
Have you seen the same
That looks amazing.
Please know that you are my hope.
Everyone's gone.
RE9. Requiem? Requiem. 2026? So not even a year? That looks amazing.
There you have it, Resident Evil Requiem. And it will be playable to fans this August at Gamescom, where we'll also be hosting Opening Night Live on Tuesday, August 19th.
In Germany. Unfortunately, it's in Germany.
For the franchise, both in tone and gameplay, and today's reveal isn't just about survival horror. Expect high-stakes cinematic action too.
Yeah, that looks really good.
Share soon, leading up to its launch on February 27th, 2026. Amazing. Thank you, Capcom. That was an amazing announcement.
Yeah, no doubt.
Surprise. All right. That's going to do it for our live Summer Game Fest show. Let's thank our co-host.
It looks really good, so I can't wait to see that. I mean, that was probably the biggest announcement out of the whole thing.
Oh, I can't believe it! You kept that so secret.
Very top secret. All good. All right. Well, there's much more Summer Game Fest to come. Make sure to visit summergamefest.com to see a listing of all the digital events this weekend.
I'm waiting to see the Xbox one. No, you came through, man. You pulled through.
Online to see coverage of many of the playable games at Summer Game Fest Play Days that's taking place this weekend in LA.
And make sure to stay tuned for Day of the Devs, which is coming up next.
That one's good. I've done Day of the Devs down in San Fran a few times. They've always got some really cool indie. Yeah, I wish we could watch that one, but I gotta go get doing some work. But I would tell everybody, yeah, definitely watch that, because that'll be pretty cool.
August 19th. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah. It's not too bad. Let's see, what else can we throw up here again? I don't know. I've unplugged everything. I don't think there's anything to like plug back in right now. No, I like that. That was actually pretty cool. So I'm glad we got to see Resident Evil 9. At least a little bit. I mean, there wasn't much there, but it was something. I can deal with that. But, yeah, I do have to get out of here because I have to go do some work. But this thing is... Yeah, you're happy, dude, on that one? Yeah, that was pretty good. I think that was well worth it, so... I'm glad that they had something big at the end. They had some cool stuff in the middle. So, yeah. Liza P, like, releasing, that was really cool as well. Yeah, man, of course. Definitely appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate everybody for watching. And we'll, yeah, like I said, be back on Monday at 9. And then we'll figure it out. Because now I've got a new, like, schedule and stuff like that. I got to work around some of that and figure out what the best times are. But appreciate you for watching, man. And definitely, we will catch up later in the week. All right. See you guys. Have a good day.